Chapter 399. Lu Ming counted carefully. There were a total of 29 ultimacy crystals. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He didn't need anything else. Just these Upanishad crystals were enough to make him rich. Lu Ming closed the box and kept it in the Temple of Paragon. Then Lu Ming picked up the book and flipped it open. This time Lu Ming was a little disappointed. This was not a cultivation technique manual, or a martial technique manual. It was a book about alchemy. It seemed that this ruin was the residence of an alchemy master. Everything about it was related to alchemy. Lu Ming did not know much about the Tao of inscription. After flipping through a few pages, he put it away. Then he walked toward the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was as tall as a person. It was simple and unadorned. There were various patterns of flowers and plants carved on it. However, it looked black. Although it did not decay like the other alchemy furnaces, it did not seem to have any spirituality. Forget it, I'll keep it first. I might be able to sell it for a good price. Lu Ming smiled and put the alchemy furnace into a storage ring. Lu Ming walked one round, and did not find anything. He walked out of the bronze hall, and found that Han Liumu and the others were no longer there. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He casually chose a path and walked out. After leaving the ruin, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and flew back to the city. When Lu Ming returned to the city, he heard a piece of shocking news. The Dragon's Cave was opened. Dragon's Cave? Lu Ming was shocked. The Dragon's Cave was said to be the nest of a dragon. A long time ago, a true dragon lived there. It was a very famous magical place in the Dongming ancient battlefield. However, the Dragon's Cave and the surrounding area were all covered by the runes. It could not be opened normally. It was said that even the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace could not open it. The last time it was opened was a few thousand years ago. Now it was opened again? That was a peerless land of treasures. It was said that there were countless spiritual herbs, and even secret treasures left behind by the true dragon. Everyone's heart was burning with passion. They all left the city and headed towards the Dragon's Cave. Dragon's Cave. We can't miss it. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes shining brightly. He cultivated the true art of the Dragon of War, and the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, awakening the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Everything was related to dragons. Now that he had encountered a dragon's den, how could he miss it? The true dragon battle art had been stuck at the 5th level for a long time, and it was difficult to advance. If he could obtain a treasure related to the true dragon, he might be able to advance to the next level. At that moment, Lu Ming also rose into the air, and headed in the direction of the Dragon Cave. The dragon's den was located in the western part of this place, in a vast mountain range. It was over 1,000,000 li away from this place. Lu Ming sped forward, and when night fell, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Divine Palace. Then he took out the level 5 elixirs he had obtained from Euphasher and the others. He activated the Myriad Spirits battle body, and began to strengthen his physical body. Lu Ming's physical body improved rapidly again. The next day, Lu Ming continued on his way. Boom, boom. When Lu Ming passed by a forest, he heard a roar in front of him. There was a battle. Lu Ming moved like a ghost and jumped into the forest. The roar became louder and louder, and Lu Ming quickly approached. He then flew onto a large tree and hid in the leaves, looking forward. Thousands of meters away, more than 100 figures were surrounding a single figure. Jian Fengyan. Lu Ming immediately recognized the figure who was surrounded. It was Jian Fengyan, the genius who was ranked first on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard. And Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud Dao Yin Feishuan. Lu Ming looked around and saw Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud, and the others among the people who had surrounded Jian Fengyan. Not only that, but there were also geniuses from the Thousand River region. Lu Ming saw Li Qiushui, Jiang Chun, and a young man who was ranked 18th in the Thousand River region, and had left a scar on Jian Fengyan's face. There were also many experts from the Thousand River region that Lu Ming did not know. Jian Fengyan, I advise you to stop struggling. Today you will die. Prince Sky Snake sneered. Sky Snake, you are despicable. How dare you join the Thousand River region and become their lackeys? I, Jian Fengyan, am ashamed to be with you. Jian Fengyan shouted angrily. At this moment, there were more than 10 wounds on his body that were dripping with blood. Jian Fengyan, don't be so harsh with your words. This is called, a wise man submits to circumstances. The geniuses of the Thousand River domain all have the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They are all peerless geniuses. How can we compare to them? Jian Fengyan, if you surrender now, I can help you ask for mercy and spare your life. Prince Sky Snake shouted. Prince Sky Snake was arrogant and thought that he was a rare genius. However, after entering the Dongming ancient battlefield, he realized that he was wrong. There were too many geniuses. Any one of them was not weaker than him, and there were many who were stronger than him. Especially when they encountered the experts of the Thousand River region, he immediately surrendered. Of course, Blue Cloud Dao, Yin Feishuan, and the others also surrendered. As the lackeys of the Thousand River region, they killed those who did not surrender on the Emperor Yun list and besieged Jian Fengyan. This Sky Snake is quite suitable as a lackey. In the crowd, a young man in a blue robe with a large river embroidered on it smiled faintly. Brother Wan is right. The reason why I did not kill them was because I thought that using them would allow me to better control the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It is better than killing them. With his talent, he appeared to be very respectful when he stood next to this young man. That's right. The young man in blue nodded. At this moment, Jian Fengyan was furious and shouted, Wei Sky Snake, you are shameless and cowardly. Why would I, Jian Fengyan, be afraid of death? You are just a bunch of lackeys. Enough. Young Master Sky Snake shouted angrily. Being called a lackey by Jian Fengyan left and right, young Master Sky Snake's face flushed red. Jian Fengyan, this is all your fault. There's also that bastard Lu Ming. You're blind and audacious. How dare you offend the geniuses of the Qianjiang waters? You're the one who caused all of this. Do you know that? If you had obediently surrendered to the geniuses of the Thousand River region, none of this would have happened today. Young Master Heavenly Snake roared hysterically. That's right, Jian Fengyan. You have only yourselves to blame for this. You failed to recognize Mount Tai, especially that little bastard Lu Ming. He actually dared to injure the elites of the Qianjiang waters. Blue Cloud Dao shouted. Ha ha ha, a group of scum. You're shameless. Back then, I should have killed all of you with Lu Ming. Jian Fengyan laughed loudly. Jian Fengyan, you don't have the chance now. Prepare to die. And that bastard Lu Ming will die sooner or later. You two will accompany him then. Prince Sky Snake sneered. Is that so? I am right here. Let's see how you are going to kill me. Chapter 400. A voice was heard, and a figure walked out from a tree step by step. The figure was naturally Lu Ming. Who is it? Everyone's expression changed and hundreds of pairs of eyes looked towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you? Young Master Tianxi Lan Yundao, and the rest could not help but exclaim when they saw Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, I don't know if you're stupid. You actually dared to walk out on your own. I admire your intelligence. But this is good too, it saves us the trouble of looking for you. Blue Cloud said with joy on his face. Little bastard, are you here to beg for mercy? It's too late to beg for mercy now. How about this, if you agree to be my dog for 20 years, I can ask the supreme talents in Qianjiang Water region to spare your life. Li Qiushui sneered. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold and vicious gaze. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. He thought that Lu Ming had come out to beg for mercy. However, how could he agree so easily? He wanted to humiliate Lu Ming before he killed him. Where did these retards come from? Lu Ming glanced at Blue Cloud, Li Qiushui and the others and said indifferently. This sentence, coupled with Lu Ming's disdainful expression, almost made Lan Yundao and Li Qiushui's mouths crooked. Courting death, you're courting death. Li Qiushui roared. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. You must expose Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud and the others' shameless actions to the public. Don't let the world be deceived by them. Jian Fengyan shouted. Don't even think about it. Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao and the others' faces fell. What they had done could not be spread out. Otherwise, there would be no place for them in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Swoosh. Swoosh. Prince Heavenly Snake and Blue Cloud said. Ji Rufeng, Yang Liuji, and the others moved, pouncing towards Lu Ming. But Lu Ming stood there motionlessly with a faint smile on his face. Figures flashed. Young Master Heavenly Snake and 10 odd people surrounded Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run now. Young Master Sky Snake sneered. Alas! Seeing this, Jian Fengyan let out a long sigh. There was despair in his eyes. Lu Ming was surrounded. Young Master Heavenly Snake and the rest's despicable actions were no longer spread by anyone. Could it be that the Cloud Emperor mountain range would fall into the hands of these people in the future, and then be easily controlled by the Qianjiang water region? Jian Fengyan was truly unwilling to accept this. Lu Ming, you ran away last time. Let's see how you're going to run this time. Blue Cloud sneered at Lu Ming. Oh, if you have the ability, then come at me. Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? Lu Ming glanced at Blue Cloud and said. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. See how I'll kill you. Lan Yundao shouted with a confident look on his face. Boom. A powerful aura rose from Blue Cloud's body. Early stage martial ancestor realm 7th realm. During this period, Blue Cloud's cultivation had made another breakthrough and reached the early stage martial ancestor realm 7th realm. It was no wonder that he was so confident. Haha, Lu Ming, die. I'll kill you like killing a chicken. Blue Cloud laughed. Blue light burst out from his body and a resplendent saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. He was indeed much more powerful than before. Everyone in the Qianjiang water region sneered and gloated. But in the face of such a saber light, Lu Ming remained motionless. Don't tell me you're stunned after seeing Blue Cloud's breakthrough. Young Master Heavenly Snake laughed softly. Die, Lu Ming. Go to hell. Yang Liuji roared. He was about to see Lu Ming die in front of him, and he felt extremely comfortable. Ever since he met Lu Ming in the remains of Imperial Yun Palace, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming. He had always hoped that Lu Ming would die. Now his wish was finally going to come true. Swoosh. The blue saber light was like a blue gem. It was crystal clear and powerful. It was about to hit Lu Ming's head. At that moment, Lu Ming moved. What was even more shocking was that he actually slapped out. Bam! A slap landed on the blue blade light. The blue blade light was like a bunch of fragile bubbles, bursting with a loud bang. Then the slap didn't stop, slapping towards Lan Yundao's face. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and Lan Yundao cried out in pain. His body spun a few times in the air under the force of the slap, and then fell heavily to the ground. Lan Yundao glared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with disbelief. The next moment, with a poof, Lan Yundao's body was torn into pieces and fresh blood flowed all over the ground. Dead. Blue Cloud was dead. He was slapped to death by Lu Ming. This. Young Master Tianxi, Yang Liuji Yin Feishuan, and Li Qiushui stared with their eyes bigger than eggs. Their mouths were wide open. How is this possible? You cheated. You must have cheated. After a while, Yang Liuji reacted and shouted hysterically. Blue Cloud, who was many times stronger than him, was slapped to death by Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be so strong? He found it hard to accept. On the other side, Feng Shenyu, the blue-robed young man, and the other geniuses of the Qianjiang water region looked solemn. You're just an ant. You're so annoying. I'll send you to accompany him. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Yang Liuji. No. Yang Liuji was horrified. He quickly retreated, and was almost scared out of his wits. However, swoosh! A spear radiance burst out and pierced through Yang Liuji's throat. Yang Liuji held his throat tightly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. In the end he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at young Master Tianxi, Yin Feishuan and the others. Young Master Tianxi and the others were shocked. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. The geniuses of the Qianjiang water region are here. How can you be tolerated? Young Master Tianxi shouted. Lu Ming's combat strength made his heart tremble. Although he was stronger than Blue Cloud, it was impossible for him to kill him with one slap. Lu Ming's combat strength was definitely above his. Kill. I must kill him with the help of the Qianjiang water region. Otherwise, there will be another Jian Fengyan in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I won't be able to stand out. Young Master Tianxi roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming with jealousy in his heart. Qianjiang Water Region? They won't be able to leave. Lu Ming smiled faintly. However, his words caused an uproar in the Qianjiang Water Region. What? What does this kid mean? Could it be that he wants to spare our lives? What an arrogant kid. He's a frog at the bottom of a well. He thinks he's invincible just because he has some skills. This kid deserves to die. He dared to talk back to us before entering the Dongming ancient battlefield. We can't let him live. Cold voices were heard in the Qianjiang Water Region. Even Jian Fengyan was stunned. He did not know what Lu Ming was trying to do. On the other hand, young Master Tianqi, Yan Feishuan, and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was really stupid to be so arrogant. They did not need to do anything now. The geniuses of the Qianjiang Water Region would not let him go. As expected, I'll kill you. Chapter 401. This young man was wearing a purple shirt and boots, with a purple jade belt around his waist. Even his combat sword was purple in color. His entire being exuded a noble aura. Zidong, the one ranked 19th in the Qianjiang Water Zone. As soon as this young man appeared, someone exclaimed softly, ranked 19th in the Qianjiang Water Zone. He was already an expert on the same level as Jian Fengyan. Zidong was very arrogant. He looked coldly at Lu Ming and exuded a powerful aura. He said, Lu Ming, although your combat strength is not bad, you are too arrogant. However, I can give you a chance. If you can take 3 of my attacks and not die, I can consider sparing your life. Take 3 of your attacks and not die? Haha, you are really full of confidence. If you want to fight, do it quickly. I can give you a chance to use your sword. You better use all your trump cards. After that, you won't have a chance. Lu Ming said indifferently. Who didn't know how to be arrogant? How arrogant? Then die. Zidong's killing intent burst forth, and his body emitted a strong purple light. Extreme purple sword technique, sword from the east. Zidong roared and unsheathed his combat sword. In an instant, the sky was filled with purple qi. Immediately after, in the purple aura, a purple sword gleam pierced toward Lu Ming like a flying immortal from outer space. It was so fast that it left a long trail in the sky. Bam! However, what greeted him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming's kick did not use the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomp. It was just an ordinary kick, but it contained powerful genuine qi, as well as the power of wind and fire. With this kick, the purple sword light shattered, and the kick landed directly on Zidong's face. In an instant, Zidong's face was deformed. He did not even have time to scream before he was sent flying backward. He crashed into 7 or 8 trees and slid on the ground, leaving a deep trail. He lay 1,000 meters away, his body twitching. He was breathing more than he was inhaling. His gasps could be heard. Everyone stared at Lu Ming in a daze. This was too overbearing, wasn't it? He had kicked Zidong to the brink of death with just 1 kick. What kind of combat power was this? Young Master Heavenly Snake, Yan Feishuan, and the others swallowed their saliva. They felt cold sweat drenching their backs, and their limbs were trembling. They couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Lu Ming kicked them in the face. Jian Fengyan was also in a daze. Then a hopeful look appeared in his eyes. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded his expectations. The young man in the blue robe and the 5 or 6 young men beside him wore stern looks. I told you, you only have 1 chance. Lu Ming glanced at Zidong nonchalantly, and then stopped looking at him. Humph, you're only an 8th layer martial ancestor realm cultivator. Among us, at least 6 of us are on par with you, and many of us are capable of killing you. Inside the Thousand River region, a young man snorted coldly. His body emitted a cold murderous intent. Oh, who doesn't know how to talk big? That guy said the same thing. In the end, he couldn't even take 1 kick from me. I think you guys at the Thousand River region can only talk big. When it comes to fighting, you're all trash. Lu Ming gave the people of the Thousand River region a provocative look. Presumptuous. You're courting death. Instantly, the people of the Thousand River region were infuriated. With the young man in the blue robe as the center, powerful auras burst out. Their auras soared into the sky like smoke signals. It was extremely terrifying. Cut the crap. Come at me all at once. I'm too lazy to fight you one by one. There was a contemptuous smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth as he spoke lightly. What? You? The geniuses of the Thousand River region were furious. Lu Ming wanted to challenge all the geniuses of the Thousand River region by himself? This was a blatant insult, a blatant disdain. However, young Master Heavenly Snake, Yin Feishuan, and the others were overjoyed. They roared in their hearts. Haha, this idiot Lu Ming, he's so arrogant just because he has some combat strength. He dares to challenge all the geniuses of the Thousand River region? He's courting death. Jian Fengyun's expression changed greatly as he yelled. Lu Ming, you can't. The top 10 geniuses of the Thousand River region are all here. That young man in the blue robe is Jiang Wantian, who is ranked first in the Thousand River region. You can't be careless. You'd better break out of the encirclement quickly. Judging from Lu Ming's previous attacks, Lu Ming was definitely stronger than him. He had reached the 8th grade martial ancestor realm, and was definitely a Battle 3 genius. If Lu Ming tried his best to break out of the encirclement, he might be able to kill his way out. However, if he challenged all the geniuses of the Thousand River region, especially Jiang Wantian, he would definitely die. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to speak with disdain. Hurry up. I've said it before. You can't leave today. If you don't want to fight, I'll do it. Presumptuous and ignorant. I'll kill you. A cold-looking young man roared and stepped forward. A long spear appeared in his hand, emitting a shocking aura. He was a genius in the early 8th grade martial ancestor realm, and was definitely a Battle 3 genius. Die. The cold-looking young man was very straightforward. He thrust his spear forward and a shocking spear ray burst out. Nice spear technique. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. He shook his arm and the demon banishing spear shot out. Clang. The spear ray roared and the two long spears pierced each other. There was a loud explosion and ripples appeared on the two spears. Explode. Lu Ming whispered and surging genuine chi gushed out. At the same time, the power of wind and fire exploded. Crack. The cold-looking young man's upper LV4 long spear made cracking sounds and cracks appeared on it. Then, the cold-looking young man screamed and his body flew out like a cannonball. He flew for a few hundred meters before he stopped. There were a few gunshot wounds on his body and blood spurted out of his mouth. I've said that you can only talk. When you fight, you're all trash. Lu Ming laughed disdainfully. He then shook his long spear and put it away. The demon banishing spear should be a LV4 weapon. However, it was made of the same material as a LV5 spiritual weapon. It was extremely sturdy and could withstand Lu Ming's full power. You are indeed capable. Today we can't let you go. Let's attack together and kill this person. Jiang Wantian said slowly with a grave expression. Lu Ming's strength was too shocking. Even he was not confident that he could win. He could only gather the strength of everyone in the Thousand River region to kill Lu Ming. I've already told you to attack together. Now that the warm-up is over, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kill. Kill. Jiang Wantian shouted, and a shocking aura rose from his body. Lu Ming felt that Jiang Wantian was not any weaker than Yu Feiyu. But so what? Besides Jiang Wantian, there were 5 other people who had reached Martial Ancestor Realm 8. In addition, there were more than 10 Martial Ancestor Realm 7 experts. With so many experts attacking together, their power was earth-shattering. Go to hell! Prince Tianxi and the others shouted in their hearts. At the same time, they retreated quickly for fear of being affected. Lu Ming, be careful! Jian Fengyun shouted. Chapter 402. Die. Nearly 20 geniuses of the 7th Martial Ancestor Realm, and each of them was an expert who had surpassed the Second World War. When they attacked together, the entire space was boiling as if it was about to explode. Sword Chi, Saber Radiance, Fist Force, Spear Radiance, etc., gathered together and blasted towards Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground and retreated rapidly. In an instant he had retreated 1,000 meters. Then he took a deep breath and his body suddenly rose. Heaven's palm! Lu Ming shouted and waved his palm. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth instantly boiled and was drawn over. A huge palm print formed and blasted towards Jiang Wantian and the others. Before the palm print arrived, The terrifying aura had already suppressed everyone's breathing. Jiang Wantian and the other geniuses of the Thousand River territory were shocked because the power of this palm print was too terrifying. Oh no, hold on, you must hold on. Jiang Wantian roared. Stormy waves palm. Jiang Wantian roared as he struck out with his palm. A raging river was formed, and with the momentum of a raging wave, it blasted towards the heavenly Dao palm imprint. At the same time, various sword radiance and fist force exploded and blasted towards the heaven's palm print. Boom, boom. With so many people joining forces, the power was indeed terrifying. Various attacks blasted onto the heaven's palm print, and after each blast, the power of the heaven's palm print would weaken. When more than 20 attacks were exhausted, the power of the heaven's palm print was almost gone. Haha, he blocked it. Someone from the Thousand River territory laughed. They thought that Lu Ming could only use such a powerful attack once. What are you so happy about? Second palm print. A faint voice sounded and the second heaven's palm print formed and blasted towards them. Ah, why is there another one? The experts of the Thousand River territory were in despair. They then unleashed all their strength and attacked. Boom. Once again, it clashed with the heaven's palm print. But this time, before the second palm print could be neutralized, a third palm print formed in the sky and blasted down. No! Jiang Wantian and the others shouted in horror and despair. Boom! The third palm strike slammed down, and they could no longer withstand it. The bodies of some 7th-level martial ancestor realm experts cracked as they were smashed to the ground by the palm force. They died instantly. A few 8th-layer martial ancestor realm experts spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Kill! Lu Ming did not give them the slightest chance. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a dozen long spears and shot them out. Puff! Poof! Jiang Wanchun and the others were all pierced through by the long spear and nailed to the ground. In just a few breaths' time, the top 20 geniuses of the Qianjiang Ocean were all killed. At the scene, the remaining people looked at this scene in shock. Oh my god, how could this be? How could this be? Among the people of the Thousand River region, Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun widened their eyes in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had actually killed one of the top 20 geniuses in the Thousand River domain. How was this possible? They broke out in cold sweat and trembled all over. As for young Master Heavenly Snake, Yin Feishuan, and the others, they were more or less the same as Li Qiushui and the others. They were scared out of their wits. Didn't the two of you want to attack me? Now I'll give you a chance. Do it. Lu Ming glanced at Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun. Plop. Li Qiushui stammered for a long time but could not say a word. Suddenly, he knelt down with a plop and let out a miserable cry. Lu Ming, no brother Lu, no master Lu. I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. You're a true dragon in the sky and I'm just a pitiful reptile. Please spare me. Plop. As soon as Li Qiushui finished speaking, another kneeling sound could be heard. It was Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was even more exaggerated. He prostrated himself on the ground and shouted, Young hero Lu, please spare me too. I have an 80-year-old mother and a fiancé. They will rely on me in the future. As long as you spare me, I will be willing to do anything for you. His cry was so miserable that it was enough to make one cry. Lu Ming was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a weirdo. Martial artists were prideful. Even if they were afraid of death, they wouldn't beg for mercy shamelessly. Lu Ming, don't listen to them. As far as I know, Jiang Chun doesn't have an 80-year-old mother or a fiancé. He has ruined many good girls. Jian Fengyan shouted. Ji, why do you want to harm me? Jiang Chun shouted. You talk too much. Lu Ming said coldly. He then waved his hand and two spear radiances flew out. Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun couldn't even react in time, and they were nailed to the ground. Run, run. There were still dozens of youths left in Qianjiang water region, and they were running for their lives. Lu Ming glanced at them and didn't chase after them. Most of the youths in Qianjiang water region had no grudges with him. Lu Ming wasn't a bloodthirsty person and he wouldn't kill them all. Go. At this moment, young Master Tianxi and the rest were running in the same direction. Lu Ming looked over coldly. Then he took a step forward and his body flashed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of young Master Tianxi and the rest. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I know you are from the Blazing Sun Empire. If you dare to touch me, my family will flatten the Blazing Sun Empire. Young Master Tianxi shouted with a pale face. As long as all of you are dead, who will know it's me? Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't care. He then looked at Jian Fengyan and said, Brother Jian, how about this? I'll let you deal with them. They wanted to kill Jian Fengyan and he could deal with them. Great, that's what I want. Jian Fengyan flew over and looked coldly at young Master Tianxi. Wei Tianzhidai. Jian Fengyan shouted and unsheathed his combat sword. A powerful sword qi pressed towards young Master Tianxi. Jian Fengyan, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Let's see who is stronger today. Seeing that he couldn't escape, young Master Tianxi went all out. Thousand Snake Sword Technique. Shoo. Dense sword qi suddenly shot out from young Master Tianxi's hand. The sword qi was like a poisonous snake as it charged towards Jian Fengyan. Sword wind rises. Jian Fengyan whispered. Then, a sword radiance suddenly appeared and pierced through the void. All the sword qi that young Master Tianxi sent out was destroyed by the sword. Second sword blood river. Shoo. Jian Fengyan became one as the sword radiance flashed. Spurt. Young Master Tianxi's throat suddenly spurted out blood. A sword broke his roar. Jian Fengyan you. Young Master Tianxi roared and breathed his last. Run. Yan Feishuan was horrified and almost wet his pants. He turned and ran. Shoo. A sword radiance flashed and Yan Feishuan's head flew up. Then, sword radiance flashed and the remaining people from the Cloud Emperor mountain range died under Jian Fengyun's sword. Traitor, you don't need to live in this world. Chapter 403. Lu Ming nodded silently. Jian Fengyun's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level Martial Grandmaster realm. He was only a step away from the 8th level Martial Grandmaster realm. He was indeed far ahead in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. He was much stronger than Prince Tianxi, who was in second place. Of course, Suemo was an exception. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me this time. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of these despicable people. Jian Fengyan walked over and cupped his fists to thank Lu Ming. Brother Jian, you're welcome. These people have a grudge against me. Even if this did not happen, I would have killed them. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Jian Fengyan sighed. It had not been long and Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to a level that he could not catch up with. It was shocking. He was sure that Lu Ming was not so strong when he first entered the Dongming ancient battlefield. Otherwise, he would not have let Prince Sky Snake and the others go. Jian Fengyan pondered for a while and said, Brother Lu, are you going to the Dragon's Cave? That's right. Lu Ming nodded. That's great. We were going to the Dragon's Cave as well. We did not expect to meet the people from the Qianjiang water region. Prince Sky Snake and the others surrendered to the Qianjiang water region. Jian Fengyan gritted his teeth and said, Brother Lu, why don't we go together? Jian Fengyan changed his tone. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them rose into the air and flew toward the Dragon's Cave. When it was close to evening, they came to a strange place. From high up in the sky, one could see a huge mountain range lying on the ground in front of them, like a true dragon. They looked like real dragons and they could vaguely make out the dragon's head and tail. This is where the Dragon's Cave is. It is said that the real Dragon's Cave is deep in this area. The surrounding area is affected by the Dragon's Cave, and the mountain range is shaped like a dragon. There are many spiritual herbs and treasures. However, it is said that this area is usually covered by the inscription formation, and it is impossible to find or enter. I did not expect it to be open now. Jian Fengyan whispered and his eyes were shining. Haha, that means we are lucky. Let's go. Having said that, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he flew forward. When he flew into the Dragon Cave area, he was a little surprised. That was because he could feel that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was even denser. It was very strange. Even though there was only a thin line separating them, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was completely different. Furthermore, Lu Ming could sense that the dragon-shaped true energy in his body was circulating faster than before. If he could cultivate here, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would be much faster than anywhere else. After pondering for a moment, the two of them continued forward. Soon night fell. When the two of them were on guard against the specter, they realized that there was no specter at all. Everything was normal. Could it be that the dragon's lair is isolated from the entry of those specters? Jian Fengyan guessed. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only reason. However, this was a good thing. It saved him a lot of trouble. The two of them landed on a mountain peak and closed their eyes to meditate. Jian Fengyan had already suffered some injuries, and now, he was circulating his energy to heal himself. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, the two of them continued their journey, heading deeper into the region. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart sounded in front of them. In front of them, a black-robed young man was flying rapidly. Behind him, dozens of figures were chasing rapidly. Xiao Haoyu, you can't escape. Be obedient and accept your death. Someone shouted from behind. Those who were with you are all dead. What's the point of living an ignoble existence like you? A cold laugh sounded. In front, the black-robed young man did not say a word and flew with all his might. It's the strongest person in the Valley Wind Mountain Range, Xiao Haoyu. I've met him once before. Jian Fengyan said softly. Lu Ming swept a glance and stood in the air, having no intention of interfering. Lu Ming was not a kind-hearted person. He would not bring unnecessary trouble to himself because of someone he did not know. Since Lu Ming did not move, Jian Fengyan naturally did not move either. Xiao Haoyu glanced at Lu Ming and the others before continuing to fly forward. However, just because Lu Ming and the others did not interfere did not mean that others would not look for trouble. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, 7 or 8 figures surrounded Lu Ming. Xiao Haoyu die. Whoosh! Among the group of people, a terrifying saber light instantly tore through the void and slashed toward Xiao Haoyu at an unbelievable speed. Xiao Haoyu roared and tried his best to resist, but he was hit until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In the next moment, he was also surrounded by the group of people. Everyone, what are you doing? We don't seem to have any grudges. Jian Fengyan's expression changed slightly. What are we doing? This is a robbery. The two of you, hand over your storage rings. Hand over your storage rings, and I'll consider sparing your lives. Among the people surrounding them, a skinny young man who looked like a monkey sneered. Brothers, don't listen to them. They're from the desolate wilderness area and belong to a large area. Even if you hand over your storage rings, they'll still kill you. Not far away, Xiao Haoyu shouted. The desolate wilderness area. Jian Fengyan's expression changed when he heard that. The desolate wilderness area was the same as the Qianjiang water region. It was a large area. There were high-level empires overseeing it. Haha, Xiao Haoyu, what's the use of shouting so loudly? Do you think they can avoid death if they don't hand over their storage rings? An abnormally tall and sturdy young man, who was about 2 to 3 meters tall and had muscles all over his body, sneered. He looked like a small giant. Scram. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded. The voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with coldness. The voice belonged to Lu Ming. The young men from the desolate wilderness area were slightly stunned. Then someone's expression changed and he said coldly, Kid, what did you say? I told you to scram. Don't you understand human language? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't scram after 3 breaths, then don't scram. Lu Ming's voice was still unhurried, but the coldness in his voice was even more intense. Kid, you're courting death. I'll crush all your bones now. There were 8 strong young men surrounding Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, one of them took a big step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Bang! In the next instant, the strong young man was sent flying a few thousand meters away by Lu Ming's kick. How dare you fight back? Let's kill him together. The remaining 7 people roared furiously and attacked Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Following this, 7 explosions were heard as the 7 young men were sent flying a few thousand meters away by Lu Ming's kick. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies almost exploded. The young men surrounding Xiao Haoyu were stunned. Even the unusually tall and sturdy young man's expression turned serious. Among the 8 young men, there was a 7th-layer martial ancestor realm genius, but he was still sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming's strength was shocking. I'll be merciful and spare your lives. Scram now. Lu Ming snapped. Kid, you're pretty strong. Let me fight you. If you can defeat me, I'll leave right away. Chapter 404. Brother, be careful. He is the strongest expert of the desolated area. With a cultivation of the 8th layer martial ancestor realm, his strength has surpassed the Battle 3 geniuses. Xiao Haoyu yelled. Hee, it's too late now. Desolation godly fist. The bulky young man let out a roar as he lashed out a punch. The punch caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently, as if a mountain range was hurtling toward Lu Ming. Furthermore, a huge mountain floated above the bulky young man's head, with 5 silver chakras shining brightly. The power of the punch was even stronger after the bloodline was unleashed. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Bang! A punch and a kick collided with one another. Following this, the crowd could see the bulky young man's fist crumbling instantly. His steel-like muscles began to tremble violently. Bang! Following this, his body was sent flying backward like a deflated balloon. He flew for 3,000 meters before coming to a stop, with blood spurting out from his mouth. Run now. The bulky young man let out a roar and ran for his life without hesitation. The rest of the people in the desolated area were scared out of their wits, who immediately fled a few thousand meters away. At that instant, everyone in the desolated area had fled for their lives. Lu Ming did not chase after them. It was enough to teach them a lesson. Guys, thanks for saving my life. You're Jian Fengyan. At that instant, Xiao Haoyu flew over and took a closer look at Jian Fengyan. His eyes flickered as if he had recognized Jian Fengyan. Brother Xiao, it's been a few years since we last met. How are you? Jian Fengyan said with a smile. Brother Jian, it's really you. I didn't recognize you just then. May I know who this is? Xiao Haoyu glanced at Lu Ming with astonishment in his eyes. Being able to defeat the strongest expert of the desolated area with ease. His strength could easily be ranked among the top among the geniuses that had entered the Dongming ancient battlefield. Xiao Haoyu guessed that Lu Ming was most likely a genius from a super region. This is Lu Ming, Brother Lu, a peerless genius from the Cloud Monarch mountain range. Jian Fengyan introduced Lu Ming to Xiao Haoyu with a proud tone. What? Is Brother Lu a genius from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? Xiao Haoyu exclaimed in disbelief. What? If Brother Xiao doesn't believe me, then there's nothing to hide. Jian Fengyan said. Lu Ming smiled and said, I am indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I didn't expect the Cloud Emperor mountain range to have such a genius like Brother Lu. What an eye-opener. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Hey Xiao Haoyu, what do you mean by that? It seems like our Cloud Emperor mountain range can't produce someone like Brother Lu? Jian Fengyan said with a glare. Brother Jian, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Xiao Haoyu smiled bitterly and hurriedly said. Then he quickly changed the topic and said, Brother Lu, Brother Jian, are you going to the Dragon Cave? Not bad. Lu Ming and Wang Cheng nodded. Then why don't we go together? Xiao Haoyu said. Lu Ming did not object. Since Lu Ming did not object, Jian Fengyan naturally did not object as well. Lu Ming naturally had his own thoughts. Xiao Haoyu was the strongest expert in a region. His talent and combat strength were not inferior to Jian Fengyan's. There was almost no problem for him to join the Dtian Divine Guards. In the future, Lu Ming would not know anyone in the Dtian Divine Guards. It would only be beneficial for him to get to know a few more people now. The 3 of them moved forward together. On the way, Lu Ming also found out why Xiao Haoyu was being hunted down by the people in the desolate region. The reason was that the experts from the various large regions were all hunting down the experts from the small regions, especially the strongest experts from the small regions. They all had a chance of joining the Dtian Divine Guards, and if they killed these people, the competition in the large regions would be a little smaller. Perhaps more people would be able to join the Dtian Divine Guards. It seems that the later it will be, the more chaotic it will be. Jian Fengyan sighed. Only a little more than a month had passed, and those large regions had already started hunting down the experts in the small regions. He really did not know how chaotic it would be in the later stages. This was the goal of the Dtian Divine Palace. Only by surviving the various dangers and trials could one become a Dtion divine guard. The three of them moved forward. However, their speed was not very fast. They flew at a low altitude. As they flew, they searched for spiritual herbs. The Dragon Cave region nurtured many natural treasures. However, along the way, the three of them did not gain much. They saw many pits in many places. Obviously, other people had already dug out the spiritual herbs. This region was really vast. The three of them flew for tens of thousands of miles, but they still had not reached the real location of the Dragon Cave. Look, there are corpses over there. Jian Fengyan suddenly shouted. Lu Ming and Xiao Haoyu also saw a large number of corpses lying in a valley below. Let's go and take a look. The three of them flew down. When they took a look, their expressions changed. In the valley, there were no less than 100 corpses. All of them were dead. The most shocking thing was that these corpses were all dried up. It was as if all the blood and essence in their bodies had been sucked away. What a strange way to die. Could it be some strange monster? Xiao Haoyu sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. Lu Ming also frowned and pondered. It was really strange that their blood and essence had been sucked dry. For example, the Nine Dragons' bloodline only devoured blood essence and bloodline power. It would not devour ordinary blood. Then, the three of them continued to move forward. However, not far away, they saw another pile of corpses. They were also dried up. Those are people from the desolate wildlands. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Among these corpses, there were some who were particularly burly. Based on their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the desolate wildlands. Even the strongest person in the desolate wildlands is dead. Jian Fengyan said in a deep voice. Among the corpses, there was one who was particularly burly. Based on his clothes, it was the strongest person in the desolate wildlands that Lu Ming had chased away. This region is too strange. How did they die? Jian Fengyan said. Jian Fengyan and Xiao Haoyu's faces were solemn. Even the strongest person in the desolate wildlands died here. It was too terrifying. Let's leave this place. Lu Ming said. Jian Fengyan and Xiao Haoyu nodded. Immediately, the three of them soared into the sky and left this place. However, a few hundred miles away, they saw dozens of corpses. They had died in the same way as before. I have a feeling that something big will happen in this trip to the Dragon's Cave, Xiao Haoyu said in a deep voice. Then there was a moment of silence. Soon, the three of them traveled another 10,000 miles. There are so many people there. What are they doing? Suddenly, Jian Fengyan said. Not far away on the right, there was a huge cliff. There were many people gathered at the bottom of the cliff. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. The three of them flew over. What a powerful sword intent. Chapter 405. Swoosh. The three of them landed at the bottom of the cliff. There were already more than 20 people gathered at the bottom of the cliff. These people were in different positions and kept a distance from each other. Some of them were sitting cross-legged as if they were comprehending something. Some of them were looking at the sword mark on the cliff seriously. At this point, they could see more clearly. On the huge cliff, there was a slanted sword mark that was more than 100 meters long. It was deeply engraved on the cliff and was filled with an ancient aura. No one knew how long it had been passed down. An incomparably profound sword intent permeated the air. Lu Ming stared at the sword mark carefully. Suddenly, the sword mark enlarged rapidly in Lu Ming's eyes. In the end, the entire world changed. The world turned into a battlefield and shouts of killing filled the sky. Suddenly, a sword light slashed from afar. It was vast and boundless. It was impossible to describe the magnificence of this sword. When the sword light came out, the sky cracked. The sword light was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. It contained a peerless killing intent. Ah! Lu Ming roared and retreated quickly. The environment changed. Lu Ming found that he was still at the bottom of the cliff. He took 3 steps back and left 3 footprints on the ground. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long breath. The sword strike just now was really like facing the Grim Reaper. Around him, some people glanced at him and then turned their heads away. They did not find it strange. Brother Lu, are you alright? Jian Fengyan looked at Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming shook his head. Brother Lu is really a peerless talent. You can actually stay in the sword in tent for half an hour. When you woke up, you only took 3 steps back. I only lasted for 10 minutes. When I woke up, I almost vomited blood. Xiao Hao Yu laughed. It's a pity that Brother Lu doesn't cultivate the sword. Otherwise, you would definitely become a peerless swordsman. Jian Fengyan said. Half an hour? Lu Ming was surprised. Just now he only felt that a while had passed. He did not expect half an hour to have passed. Brother Lu, Brother Xiao and I plan to stay here and comprehend the sword intent here. I'm afraid we can't go to the dragon's cave with Brother Lu. Jian Fengyan looked at Lu Ming apologetically. It doesn't matter. This sword was probably left behind by a peerless swordsman. For a sword cultivator, it is a supreme opportunity. If I were a sword cultivator, I would probably leave it behind to cultivate too. Lu Ming smiled. They were all martial artists, so he could understand what Jian Fengyan and the others were thinking. This sword mark was too tempting for sword cultivators. If they could comprehend a trace of it, they would benefit immensely. Compared to the dragon's cave, this place was more practical for them. To Lu Ming, it was better for Jian Fengyan and the rest to stay here. Lu Ming would be able to unleash his full potential if he ventured into the dragon cave alone. I hope Brother Lu will be able to reap great rewards in the dragon cave. Jian Fengyan and Xiao Hao Yu cupped their fists together. See you again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned into a beam of light, shooting up into the sky and disappearing. Following this, Lu Ming no longer slowed down to search for spirit herbs. Instead he sped up. Along the way, Lu Ming saw a few fights, but he ignored them and flashed past. That is. Half a day later, an incomparably majestic mountain range appeared in front of him. This mountain range was at least a few thousand miles long. It twisted and turned on the ground. Lu Ming could barely see the outline of this mountain range from a few hundred miles high in the sky. Looking from afar, this mountain range really looked like a true dragon. 5 dragon claws, scales formed from various rocks, and 2 dragon horns on the dragon's head. Its shape was exactly the same as the legendary true dragon. This is the legendary Dragon Mountain. I've arrived at the Dragon Cave. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he quickly headed towards the Dragon Mountain's dragon head. When he got closer, he realized that this mountain range was really too majestic. The highest parts reached the clouds. When Lu Ming arrived at the dragon's head, he realized that many people were already there. At a glance, there were no less than 2,000 people. More than 2,000 people were scattered around a lake. This lake was very wide. Above the lake was the Dragon Mountain's dragon head. The dragon head was open, revealing a dark cave. At this moment, something strange was happening. The water in the lake flowed from the bottom to the top, forming a water column that continuously flew into the dragon's mouth. It looked like the true dragon was sucking in water. This was the dragon sucking water phenomenon. Legend had it that the true dragon cave was under this lake. As long as the lake water was sucked dry, the true dragon cave would be revealed. Thousands of people were waiting on the 4 sides of the lake. Lu Ming landed and blended into the crowd. Brother Feng, why are there only a few of you left in the flowing water bay region? Someone was chatting at the side. Sai, the others are all dead, hunted down by the people of the larger regions. What about you? Why aren't there many people left? Don't mention it. We also encountered a large region that attacked indiscriminately. The strongest people in our region were killed. On the other hand, the weaker ones escaped. However, the people of the larger region behind us also died. I saw their corpses drained of blood. It was extremely terrifying. What? You also saw the corpses drained of blood? We saw it too. Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that the draining of blood did not only happen in the region he passed by, but also in other regions. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. Half a day later, there were no less than 3,000 people here. And the water on the lake had also decreased by a portion. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Dozens of young men and women stepped on the air and arrived. These dozens of people had an extremely terrifying aura on their bodies, and they had a common characteristic. The men were very handsome, and the women were beautiful and charming. The people from the Lake Phoenix region are here. Someone exclaimed. It's over. I didn't expect that even the geniuses from the Lake Phoenix region would come. Will we still have a share in the Dragon Cave? Someone sighed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of the Lake Phoenix region. It was a region stronger than large regions like the Qianjiang Water region, and was known as a super region. In a normal large region, there would only be one high-level empire overseeing it. And in a super region, there would be at least 2 high-level empires, or even 3 or 4. They were incomparably powerful and filled with geniuses. It was said that the Lake Phoenix region had 3 high-level empires, mid-level empires, and low-level empires. There were more than 1,000 empires, and it was many times stronger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Look, the one wearing the Phoenix robe is the strongest person in the Lake Phoenix region, the number 1 genius, Huang Qixian. It is said that he is a 4-battle genius, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. What? A 4-battle genius? The peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm is so terrifying? Of course, he is the strongest person in the super region. He is a peerless genius. Lu Ming also looked over. Indeed, among the people of the Lake Phoenix region, he saw a handsome young man wearing a phoenix robe. He was 22 or 23 years old, and his face was like jade. He was Huang Qixian. However, his gaze was incomparably cold and arrogant. Chapter 406. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Those are the geniuses from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. Even the people from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range are here. Another super region, we won't get a share of this. And the strongest person from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range, Bufifan, is here too. The arrival of this group of people caused another round of exclamations. Even the geniuses from the Lake Phoenix region frowned. Ha ha ha, Huang Qixian, I didn't expect you to be here too. The geniuses from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range stopped on the other side of the lake, distancing themselves from the people from the Lake Phoenix region. Among them, a young man with fiery red hair laughed. Bufifan, since you can come, I can naturally come too. Huang Qixian sneered. Haha, it's so lively, count us in. With a loud laugh, more than 10 streaks of rainbow light flew over from the sky. The rainbow light dissipated, revealing more than 10 young figures. They stopped on the other side of the lake. It's the people from the Yangchuan Valley region. Super region Yangchuan Valley. Some people were already in despair. The super regions had arrived one after another, and the strongest of them were among them. The arrival of the Yangchuan Valley region caused Bufifan, Huang Qixian, and the others' faces to darken. The dragon head of the Dragon Mountain was in the north of the lake. The 3 super regions stopped on the east, south, and west side of the lake. Obviously, they were wary of each other. Following that, more and more people arrived, but none of them attracted the attention of the 3 super regions. Half an hour later, a young man in a gray robe and holding a long sword silently appeared in the air above the lake. This young man had an ordinary appearance and was wearing a gray robe that looked very old. He just stood quietly in the air. However, Huang Qixian, Bufifan, and the strongest person in the Yangchuan Valley region, Sun Chu, all changed their expressions when they saw this person. Ancient Desolation City Xianfeng, Huang Qixian said solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. What? Ancient Desolation City? Is this person from the Ancient Desolation City? It's said that the Ancient Desolation City is extremely mysterious. Very few people come out, but once they come out, they are peerless monsters. If this person is from the Ancient Desolation City, that's terrifying. Looks like the Dragon Cave is very attractive to these peerless monsters. There's going to be a good show this time. Everyone was discussing, but Xianfeng was still hugging his battle sword. He didn't say a word, and his expression didn't even change. Huang Qixian and the others glanced at Xianfeng with some fear, not saying a word. Following that, the number of people increased, and soon it broke through the 4,000 mark. As far as the eye could see, the small lake was densely packed with people. Huang Qixian glanced around and revealed a look of disgust. He said coldly, "A bunch of trash actually wants to get a share of the treasures in the Dragon Cave. They are really indulging in fantasy and overestimating themselves." Many people's expressions changed, but they were afraid of Lake Phoenix and Huang Qishuan's strength, so no one dared to make a sound. Humph, what a bunch of trash. Huang Qishan harumphed coldly, then turned to Bufifan and Sun Chu. Bufifan, Sun Chu, how about this? Before entering the dragon cave, let's clear away these obstructing trash, what do you think? Alright. That's what I was thinking. Bufifan and Sun Chu both nodded. But the others' faces changed drastically. The people from the bigger regions can stay, fly to the sky. As for the trash from the smaller regions, scram quickly, don't be a hindrance here. Huang Qishuan's gaze was like lightning, sweeping over the surroundings as he reprimanded loudly. Hearing this, the experts from the bigger regions breathed out in relief and flew to the sky, increasing the distance between them and the people from the smaller regions. The remaining people were from the smaller regions. The people from the smaller regions had ugly expressions, looking at each other, but no one wanted to leave. Who would be willing to leave so easily? Looks like you guys aren't going to scram, right? Huang Qishuan's gaze turned cold. Huang Qishan, you guys are too overbearing. The Dragon Cave is an ownerless land. Anyone can come here to obtain a piece of fortune. Why should it be monopolized by you guys? I refuse to accept this. There are so many of us. We are not afraid of you. That's right. Someone shouted loudly. Oh. Looks like you guys aren't going to scram? Huang Qishan sneered, then looked at Bufifan and Sun Chu saying, You two, you and I will each occupy a direction. How about this? Each of us will clear a direction. Let's see which side cleans faster. What do you think? Good, this is interesting. That's exactly what I want. Bufifan and Sun Chu laughed. Then let's begin. Whoosh. As soon as Huang Qishuan's voice fell, his figure flashed out like a lightning bolt. Ah! A mournful scream was heard. The crowd saw a young man's heart being pierced by Huang Qishuan's claw. The young man let out a desperate roar and finally stopped breathing. Trash, you talk too much, die. Huang Qishan sneered. Whoever doesn't scram, the next moment, you will die. A cold voice came out from Huang Qishuan's mouth. Damn it, this is too much. We are not afraid of them if we join forces. A tall young man roared, his body emitting a powerful aura. The peak of the 7th martial ancestor realm. This was a genius who was not weaker than Jian Fengyan, most likely the strongest in a small region. Then let's die together. Huang Qishan sneered, his figure rushing towards the young man. Kill. The young man roared, slashing out a shocking saber light. But the next moment, Poochie! Huang Qishuan's claw seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The saber light shattered, then like the previous person, his heart was pierced by the claw. The strongest in a small region dead. A piece of trash dares to shout, you are courting death. Huang Qishuan's claw flickered with a red light. Not a single drop of blood was stained on it. The others were terrified, too strong, they were no match for him. The strongest in a small region was killed in one move. The difference was too great. If you don't retreat in 3 breaths, kill without mercy. Huang Qishuan's eyes were cold as he scanned the surroundings. Whoosh. Whoosh. The figures of the experts from Lake Phoenix flashed, bursting with powerful auras. Let's go, let's go. Finally, someone roared and retreated unwillingly. Let's go too. Helpless, the people in the small region retreated one after another. It was the same in the other 2 regions. After a few experts were killed, they also retreated helplessly. After a few breaths, only the people in the large region were left. Of course, Xianfeng hugged his long sword and did not move. Huang Qishan and the others naturally would not touch him. In an instant, the people in the small region had all left. No, there was only one person left, and that was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was originally on the east side of the small lake, which was the responsibility of Lake Phoenix. At this moment he stood there alone, appearing very conspicuous. Chapter 407. Ha ha ha, Huang Qishan, you still have people on your side. Looks like you've lost. Bufifan laughed. Looks like Lake Phoenix's deterrence is just SOSO. Sun Chu sighed. Huang Qishuan's face turned gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming with eyes filled with murderous intent. Kid, I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Huang Qishan said eerily. Lu Ming glanced at Huang Qishan and smiled faintly. I told you to get lost. Are you going to get lost? You told me to get lost? Kid, are you crazy? Do you have the right to do so? Huang Qixuan sneered. That's it, you told me to get lost? Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to do so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. Bu Fifan laughed wildly and said, Huang Qixuan, looks like Lake Phoenix's deterrence isn't that great? Or is it that your deterrence isn't that great? Bu Fifan's words made Huang Qixuan grit his teeth in anger. However, he had no confidence in dealing with Bu Fifan. He could only turn his anger into murderous intent towards Lu Ming. Kid, even if you kneel down and beg me now, you can't get lost. You will pay for your words and actions. I will make you wish you were dead, Huang Qixuan said eerily. Nonsense, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, hurry up. Lu Ming scolded. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the other geniuses were stunned. Where did this hothead come from? How dare he talk to Huang Qixuan like that? This was simply courting death. Good, very good. Huang Qixuan said the word good 3 times in a row. His voice was incomparably eerie as a terrifying aura rose from his body. Senior brother Huang, there's no need for you to deal with trash like him. Let me deal with him. It's more than enough. At this moment, a young man with triangular eyes walked out from the Lake Phoenix area and shouted. This guy is seizing the opportunity to flatter senior brother Huang again. Someone whispered in the Lake Phoenix area. When the voice reached the triangular-eyed young man's ears, he chuckled and didn't care at all. There's no need. I'll do it myself. I'll make him regret every word he said just now. Huang Qixuan waved his hand, allowing the triangular-eyed youth to retreat. The triangular-eyed youth sighed helplessly. What a waste of this opportunity. Brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I'd like to see what you've got. Whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, Huang Qixuan's figure moved like lightning. It was inconceivably fast. In an instant he appeared in front of Lu Ming and clawed at Lu Ming. But even though he was fast, Lu Ming was not slow either. The moment Huang Qixuan moved, the demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Huang Qixuan's palm. You want to stop me? Break! Huang Qixuan coldly shouted, and a sharp claw light erupted from his claws as he clawed at Lu Ming. Boom! The long spear and the claw collided, creating a violent boom. A shocking shockwave swept out. Lu Ming and Huang Qixuan both retreated at the same time. They both retreated 100 meters and stood in the void. What? That brat can actually block Huang Qixuan's move? Looks like they're evenly matched. How is that possible? Could it be that this brat can fight with Huang Qixuan? Impossible. This brat's battle strength might be good, but it's impossible for him to fight with Huang Qixuan. If I'm not wrong, Huang Qixuan didn't use much strength, but that brat probably used 80 to 90% of his strength. Yes, it should be so. The geniuses of the major regions were discussing. Brat, so you do have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. But if you think that you can fight with me, then you're gravely mistaken. I'll let you know how terrifying my true strength is. Huang Qixuan coldly said. His arms moved slightly, and a pair of spiritual weapon gloves appeared on his hands. At the same time, a powerful aura rushed out. A large fiery red bird condensed on top of Huang Qixuan's head. This large bird was fiery red and there were red flames burning on it. Especially its tail. It was like the tail of the legendary phoenix. The phoenix-tailed bird was said to have the bloodline of the phoenix. It was extremely powerful. On the body of the phoenix-tailed bird, there were 6 silver chakras, shining with incomparably bright light. 6th grade king-class bloodline. The eruption of his bloodline caused Huang Qixuan's aura to reach its peak. Flying Phoenix Claw. Huang Qixuan's figure moved and his claw struck out. Chi-chi. As if the claw of a real phoenix claw passed through the air. A crack appeared in the space, as if it was about to be torn apart. This claw also contained the complete power of fire. It was several times stronger than before. Boom. Lu Ming also erupted with his second bloodline. At the same time, he stabbed out with his spear. The power of wind and fire fused together, forming a thick spear light. Boom. There was a shocking explosion. This time the two retreated again. This move was evenly matched. How is that possible? Die for me. Huang Qixuan roared and clawed out continuously. The space was about to explode. It was extremely terrifying. Every claw caused the space to tremble violently, Lu Ming held his spear and clashed with Huang Qixuan without fear. Boom! Boom! The energy swept through the world, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Shua! A claw light was dodged by Lu Ming. He flew out a few thousand meters and grabbed onto a mountain. With a loud explosion, the mountain exploded, turning into gravel. It was terrifying. Jiao! A spear light flew out and directly pierced a 10-meter wide, unfathomably deep hole in the ground. Retreat! The spectators were shocked and quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected. Boom! Boom! The two exchanged more than 10 moves. It was difficult to determine the winner. Phoenix Wing Slash. At this time, Huang Qixuan roared and his true qi surged. His arms shook and a bird cry sounded. A pair of phoenix wings vaguely condensed on Huang Qixuan's arms. Whoosh! Huang Qixuan waved his hand, and the phoenix wings slashed down on Lu Ming like a heavenly blade. The power of this attack was much stronger than when he used the flying phoenix claw. Die! Huang Qixuan sneered. Let's see who will die. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming stepped out and a dragon roar sounded. Suddenly, dragon roars and phoenix cries filled the world. It was as if they had returned to the ancient era of divine beasts. Boom! Phoenix wing slash and 9 dragons stomping the heavens heavily clashed. The space started to tremble intensely like a piece of cloth. Berserk energy shot out in all directions. Those who were watching the battle frantically retreated. Only 3 people stood motionless in the air. They were Bufifan, Sun Chu, and Xianfeng. The 3 of them emitted powerful auras to resist the energy that shot out in all directions. After a loud explosion, Lu Ming and Huang Qixuan flew back again. It was a tie again. One had to admit that Huang Qixuan was indeed incomparably powerful. He was at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, and was a 4-battle genius. His battle strength was enough to kill an ordinary half-step king. Lu Ming was at the early 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, and could only fight to a draw. Lu Ming estimated that even if he used the heaven palm, he might not be able to defeat Huang Qixuan. Chapter 408. Who the hell are you? Huang Qixuan roared. Lu Ming was only surprised, but Huang Qixuan's heart was in turmoil. It was too shocking. Lu Ming was actually able to fight him to a draw. He even suspected that Lu Ming was also the strongest in a super region. Not only Huang Qixuan, the spectators were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that Lu Ming was definitely not Huang Qixuan's opponent. They thought that Lu Ming was overestimating his own strength and was courting death. However, the truth was like a slap to their faces. Lu Ming was not only strong, he was not weaker than Huang Qixuan. He was a genius on the same level as Huang Qixuan. Their jaws almost dropped from shock. Bufifan, Sun Chu, and even the expressionless Xianfeng looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. Obviously, Lu Ming's strength had attracted their attention, especially the triangular-eyed youth from the Phoenix Lake region. He was sweating profusely and his body was trembling from fear. Just now he wanted to deal with Lu Ming. If he really attacked, he wouldn't even know how he died. When he thought of this, he felt a burst of fear. Who am I? You don't have the qualifications to know. Lu Ming sneered, pretending to be mysterious. Watch how I kill you. Huang Qixuan roared and waved his arms. The phoenix spread its wings and brought about a gust of wind. A blazing aura filled the world. Rumble. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the lake. The dragon's mouth seemed to have a sudden increase in suction force. The lake water in the lake crazily poured into the dragon's mouth. There was not much water in the lake to begin with. At this moment, it quickly reached the bottom. Ah! Look, the bottom of the lake is actually empty. Someone exclaimed. It's really empty. Strange, the bottom of the lake is empty. Why is there water? Strange, too strange. Dragon's Cave, this is the Dragon's Cave, the resting place of a true dragon. Some people who were close to the lake exclaimed. Now consider yourself lucky. I will spare your life today. Huang Qixuan's eyes flashed as he stared coldly at Lu Ming. Spare my life? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? It's still not certain who will kill who. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Huang Qixuan's face turned gloomy. He really wanted to have a big fight with Lu Ming, but he was afraid of missing the dragon cave. In the end he snorted coldly and said, "Brat, we'll see." After saying that, he led the people from Lake Phoenix and flew towards the surface of the lake. Lu Ming smiled faintly and flew towards the lake. His thoughts were similar to Huang Qishuan's. If the two of them fought a life-and-death battle, it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. If that happened, they would miss the opportunity to enter the dragon's cave. Flying closer to take a look, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. At this time, the water in the lake became less and less, revealing a huge pitch-black cave below. That's right, this lake wasn't a lake at all. It was the entrance of a huge cave. The lake water from before was actually just floating at the entrance of the cave, making it look like a lake. After the lake water was sucked dry, the true appearance of the cave was revealed. In just a dozen breaths of time, all the water in the lake was sucked dry. The huge cave was completely exposed. The diameter of the cave was at least a few thousand meters wide. Below it was pitch black. With everyone's eyesight, they could only see 1,000 or 2,000 meters. Below that, they couldn't see clearly. They didn't know how deep the cave was. It seemed like it led to the abyss of hell. Charge! Someone moved, flying towards the cave. It was safe and sound, without any abnormalities. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally rushed in like a swarm of bees. There were more than 100 people from the 3 super regions. However, these people were all terrifying geniuses. The weaker ones probably didn't follow. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a super region to have so few people. Even the Cloud Emperor mountain range had 98 people. The ones with the most people were those from the larger regions. There were no less than 500 people. More than 600 people flew towards the huge cave together. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and rushed down with the crowd. The cave was too big. They flew down for at least 10,000 meters. At this time, the cave became slanted instead of vertical. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a big battle broke out on one side of the cave. "Get lost, the dragon grass is mine." "Who said it's yours?" "I found it first." Clang. Clang. The sound of metal clashing was heard. Ah. The next moment, a scream was heard. One person was killed. Lu Ming's sharp eyes saw a young man plucking a green spiritual grass from the wall of the cave. Dragon grass, it's really the dragon grass. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Legend has it that the dragon grass was a kind of spiritual grass that grew from the saliva of a true dragon after a long time. It had the aura of a true dragon, and was extremely precious. It seemed that a true dragon really lived here a long time ago. "There's one here too," someone exclaimed. "It's mine. You're courting death. You want to get the dragon grass?" A big battle broke out, and the killing began. Ah. Ah. Suddenly, screams were heard. Huang Qishuan's figure flashed and 5 or 6 young experts had their hearts crushed by him. "A bunch of trash want to get the dragon grass? Die," Huang Qishuan said coldly. "Go take all the dragon grass you see." Huang Qishuan ordered the experts of Lake Phoenix. Yes. Instantly, the dozens of experts of Lake Phoenix scattered and flew to different parts of the cave. Not only Lake Phoenix, but the people of Yangchuan Valley and Scarlet Flame Mountain Range did the same. Damn it. Some of the experts of the bigger regions roared. Before entering the dragon cave, Huang Qishuan and the others had allowed the people of the bigger regions to enter because they were afraid that they would join forces. After all, each of the bigger regions had geniuses of martial ancestor realm and above. Once they joined forces, they would be a terrifying force. But now that they had entered the dragon cave, everyone wanted to search for treasures and did their own thing. How could they join forces? Huang Qishuan and the others were naturally unrestrained. In the cave, fights for treasures and screams could be heard from time to time. 2 stalks of dragon grass. Lu Ming saw 2 stalks of green spirit grass on the wall of a cave. It was the dragon grass. His figure flashed and he rushed over. The others saw it but did not dare to snatch it from him. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the 2 stalks of dragon grass. He continued to fly along the wall of the cave. In front, a genius of Lake Phoenix killed a youth with a sword, and was about to pluck a stalk of dragon grass from the wall. Whoosh! Lu Ming directly rushed over and with a sweep of his true qi, he plucked the dragon grass and kept it. "You!" The youth of Lake Phoenix shouted angrily. But when he saw that it was Lu Ming, he immediately swallowed the rest of his words. He retreated unwillingly. More than 10 minutes later, the group flew for tens of thousands of meters. Suddenly, 3 caves appeared in front of them. The caves were forked. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group randomly chose a cave and flew in. There were more than 100 people in each cave. Along the way, at least 100 people were killed. More than 600 people were reduced to 500 people. Lu Ming chose a cave on the left and flew along the wall. Wait, is that a dragon blood flower? Chapter 409. In the pit, there were bright red flowers. These flowers were in the shape of a dragon, like a small dragon soaring in the sky. It was very lifelike. These were dragon blood flowers. According to legend, they could only grow from the blood of a true dragon. They were much more precious than dragon saliva grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With these dragon blood flowers, Lu Ming's true dragon battle art would probably be able to advance to the next level. Qi. Suddenly, an extremely sharp energy slashed towards Lu Ming. It was Huang Qixuan. At this moment, his eyes were cold as he slashed towards Lu Ming with his phoenix wings. 9 dragons trampling the sky. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped forward. Bang! Huang Qixuan's body flew out, and Lu Ming crashed into the wall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming moved his hands and plucked more than 10 dragon blood flowers, and kept them in the Temple of Paragon. Emph! Seeing Lu Ming keep the dragon blood flowers, Huang Qixuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly, and a trace of killing intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next, he continued to advance in the cave. This cave was very wide, and was definitely a place where true dragons entered and exited. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of him. There is a bone here. Is this a dragon bone? Haha, it's mine. You're courting death. Suddenly, there was a roar and shouts. Dragon bone? Lu Ming's heart jumped, and he quickly flew in that direction. If it was really a dragon bone, its value would be terrifying. It was much more valuable than dragon saliva grass and dragon blood flowers. Phoenix Lake, Huang Qixuan, you're despicable. Ah! Before Lu Ming arrived, he heard angry roars and screams. Lu Ming turned into a flash of lightning and crossed a few miles in an instant. In front of him, there was a bone the size of a water tank embedded in the stone wall. The bone was crystal clear like jade, and was filled with a sacred aura. It emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Huang Qixuan brought 5 or 6 experts from the Phoenix Lake, and killed more than 10 youths from other regions. Haha, the dragon bone is mine. Huang Qixuan laughed. He reached out to grab the dragon bone and tried to pull it out, but the dragon bone didn't budge. So tight? Again. Huang Qixuan was about to use his full strength to pull out the dragon bone. Boom! Lu Ming arrived and instinctively kicked out. 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. Damn it! Huang Qixuan was shocked. He quickly abandoned the dragon bone and used Phoenix Wing Slash. The other youths from Lake Phoenix also used their ultimate moves to block Lu Ming's attacks. Boom! Huang Qixuan's body swayed slightly. As for the other experts of Lake Phoenix, their faces paled, and they almost spat out blood. However, Lu Ming's body also retreated rapidly. Apart from Huang Qixuan, the other 6 from Lake Phoenix were all 8th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivators. Furthermore, they were all Battle 3 geniuses. Together, they were extremely powerful. Brat, it's you again. The dragon bone is mine. You want to fight over it? You are courting death. Huang Qixuan roared. Yours? This is the dragon's cave. When did it become yours? Lu Ming sneered. Fine, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Let's attack together and kill him. Huang Qixuan roared. Then the Phoenix Wing Slash was used. The other 6 experts from Lake Phoenix also used their ultimate moves to attack Lu Ming. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A giant palm print formed and smashed towards the group from Lake Phoenix. Boom! A loud explosion shook the dragon's cave and energy overflowed. However, the surroundings of the dragon's cave were extremely hard. Even with their energy that could destroy a mountain, they could only knock down some rocks. Pum! The Heaven's Path palm print was pierced. Huang Qixuan and the others only swayed slightly before they continued to attack Lu Ming. Brat, you will die today. Huang Qishuan's eyes were cold. You want to bully me with your numbers? Do you think I am afraid of you? Dandan egg smash for me. Lu Ming lightly patted the stone egg hanging on his hair. Dandan. This was a name that Lu Ming casually gave to the stone egg. Immediately, the stone egg shook slightly and turned into the size of a human head. With a swoosh, it rushed towards one of the experts from Lake Phoenix. Break for me. The expert from Lake Phoenix clawed out, the claw light shocking the sky. But in the next moment he was stunned. Dandan completely ignored the claw light and rushed past. Then, it bounced up and smashed towards the nose of the expert from Lake Phoenix. Pung. Kacha. This time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then it was followed by a mournful scream. Lu Ming realized that it was really miserable. His nose had completely caved in. His bones were broken and his flesh was badly mangled. Even his mother would not be able to recognize him. Shua. Dandan flew back and jumped up and down in front of Lu Ming. It seemed to be very excited. Huang Qishan and the others were dumbfounded. Damn it, what did you use? You actually sneak attacked, despicable. Huang Qishan roared. Despicable? Huang Qishan, you scum actually dared to talk to me about despicable? You are not worthy. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Damn it, kill. Huang Qishan roared. Dandan smash. Lu Ming said. Dandan was so excited that she jumped up and spun around. Then she flew forward with a swoosh. Block it, smash it. Huang Qishan roared and released his strongest attack. The others did the same. But it was useless. Dandan completely ignored these attacks and rushed past. Pung. Another young man from Lake Phoenix was smashed in the face. Instantly, the sound of bones breaking and a mournful scream could be heard. This young man also followed in the footsteps of the previous one. His nose and mouth were all caved in. His face was completely unrecognizable. It was a tragic sight. Although he didn't die, he couldn't even use much of his strength. Hiss hiss, the remaining young men from Lake Phoenix sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the miserable state of the two young men, their teeth chattered and their backs turned cold. Who's next? Lu Ming's gaze scanned the area. Damn it, this stone egg isn't afraid of energy attacks. Use weapons. Huang Qishan roared. Is that so? Then it's you, Huang Qishan. Lu Ming pointed at Huang Qishan. Shua. Dandan directly flew out. Scram for me. Huang Qishan wore a pair of spirit weapon gloves and clawed at Dandan. Just as he was about to grab Dandan, Dandan jumped up and changed direction, smashing towards Huang Qishan. Ah! Huang Qishan roared and quickly retreated. His hands desperately protected his face, but he was still a step too late. Pung! It accurately smashed into his face. A miserable scream followed by an angry roar rang out. Huang Qishan waved his claws. The moment Dandan smashed into him, he also smashed into Dandan's body. Pung! Dandan was sent flying. Midway, it changed direction and flew back to Lu Ming's side. It bounced back and forth, seemingly unhappy. Lu Ming looked at Huang Qishan. Although Huang Qishan was smashed, he wasn't as miserable as the others. But he still didn't feel good. His nose was completely crooked and several of his teeth were missing. Blood flowed out. He was in a sorry state. Huang Qishan roared again and again. Some passers-by were dumbfounded. Chapter 410. What are you shouting for? Continue Heaven's Palm. Lu Ming blasted out a palm. Heaven's Palm imprint blasted forward. At the same time, Dandan followed the Heaven's Palm imprint and rushed forward. Huang Qishan and the others' faces turned green. On one hand, they had to block the Heaven's Palm imprint, and on the other hand, they had to guard against Dandan. How could they fight? You guys block the palm imprint. Huang Qishan shouted. He did not dare to be distracted, otherwise he would be smashed by Dandan. Boom. The other experts of Phoenix Lake worked together to block the palm imprint while Huang Qishan stared at Dandan. The palm force rumbled. Without Huang Qishan, the experts of Phoenix Lake could not block Lu Ming's palm force. Each of them trembled and coughed out blood. At the same time, Dandan also rushed in and smashed towards Huang Qishan. This time, Huang Qishan was even more miserable. Although he tried his best to block, he was still smashed heavily. This time his teeth were smashed away. His mouth was crooked and his nose caved in. His originally handsome face turned into a pile of dog shit. Live! Huang Qixuan roared, but because his mouth was leaking air, he originally wanted to say I, but in the end he said live. Swish. Dandan flew back and jumped up and down on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming felt that this guy was very excited. Gather go. Quickly gather go. Huang Qixuan roared with his mouth leaking air. Right now he could no longer care about the dragon bone. If he stayed, he was afraid that he would be smashed to death by the stone egg. With a roar, he led the people of Phoenix Lake and ran away. However, the sullen feeling in his heart, he did not want to mention it. Haha. Take care, I won't send you off. Lu Ming laughed. Huang Qixuan and the others almost vomited blood. In the distance, when the others saw this scene, they felt their eyelids twitching nonstop. They secretly warned themselves not to provoke Lu Ming, this ruthless person. Lu Ming came to the stone wall and sized up the dragon bone. The dragon bone was snow-white like jade, sparkling and translucent. One side was embedded in the stone wall, while the other side was exposed outside. What was exposed was about the thickness of a water tank and a meter long. He could clearly feel the surging essence chi in his bones. Perhaps these really are dragon bones. Otherwise, who knows how many years have passed, but they still contain so much essence energy. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. With this dragon bone, his true dragon battle art might be able to take a few steps forward. Then, Lu Ming grabbed the dragon bone with both hands and pulled it out with all his might. Kacha! Creaking sounds came from the stone wall, but it was not pulled out. Again. Lu Ming let out a low growl as the muscles all over his body bulged. He unleashed his physical strength to the maximum. At the same time, the true dragon battle art was fully unleashed. Lu Ming stepped on the wall, grabbed the dragon bone with both hands, and pulled with all his might. Bang! Bang! The stone wall beneath Lu Ming's feet exploded. However, the dragon bone also loosened and was slowly pulled out. Finally, with a bang, the entire dragon bone was pulled out. It was a 3-meter-long bone that was as thick as a water tank. However, the deeper it went, the thinner it became. This looks like a phalanx. Lu Ming looked at it curiously. It looked like a phalanx of a true dragon. Great harvest! What a great harvest! Lu Ming grinned as he kept the phalanx in the Temple of Paragon. Not far away, the others looked on enviously, but no one dared to fight for it. What a joke! Didn't they see how badly the genius from Lake Phoenix was beaten up? After keeping the dragon bone, Lu Ming continued to move forward. Along the way, they did not encounter any precious treasures. After about a dozen miles, they saw a light ahead. That's a huge underground cave. It's the resting place of a true dragon. Go. Suddenly, everyone's hearts burned with passion as they rushed toward the light. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed out of the cave and appeared in an extremely wide underground cave. This underground cave was too wide. It was more than a dozen miles wide and a few thousand meters tall. The walls of the cave were inlaid with night stones that lit up the cave. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ear-rending sounds could be heard. At this moment, Lu Ming then noticed that there were 2 huge holes in the surrounding walls. One by one, figures flew in. They were Bufifan from the Scarlet Flame Mountain region, and Sun Chu from the Yangchuan Valley region. Previously, there were 3 forks and they had entered the other 2 forks. It turned out that this was the final destination. This is the resting place of a true dragon. There must be a supreme treasure here. Hey, there's a jade bed over there. It's so big. After a while, most of them flew toward the center of the underground cave. There was a huge jade bed over there. It was about 100 meters long and wide. It was extremely shocking. Go away, you ants. Boom. Bufifan's body emitted a terrifying aura as he slashed out with his saber. A huge flaming saber radiance swept across and killed a dozen youths instantly. Quick, avoid the people from the super regions. The people from the super regions were horrified and quickly dodged. Haha, kill. Bufifan laughed and took the lead. The flaming saber radiance slashed out violently, and no one was a match for him. On the other side, Sun Chu was also rushing forward. Clang. A sword radiance flashed across the sky. Xianfeng stepped on the sword radiance and moved forward. The people around him avoided him. Get out of my way. Huang Qixuan's mouth was leaking air as he shouted. He brought the people of Phoenix Lake and charged forward. Almost everyone's target was the jade bed. Ah, what's that? A scale, is that a dragon's scale? Someone exclaimed. In the middle of the jade bed, there was a scale. This scale was very special. It was the size of a water tank, and was emitting a powerful dragon aura. It was definitely a dragon scale. The scale of a true dragon was definitely a supreme treasure. Kill, it's mine. Sun Chu roared. Sun Chu, don't even think about it. The dragon scale is mine. Bufifin roared. Boom. Boom. Immediately a great battle broke out. Those who rushed forward were caught in the battle. Screams were heard. Almost in an instant, hundreds of people were killed. The smell of blood filled the air and corpses covered the ground. Boom. Sun Chu, Bufifin, Xianfeng and Huang Qixian, the four great experts, fought together. No one wanted the other to get the dragon scale. Lu Ming did not move. His eyes were not on the jade bed, but the depths of the cave. There were stone walls on 3 sides of the cave. There were luminous stones on the walls. Only that direction was dark. It was not a stone wall. It seemed to be empty and there were wisps of black mist lingering in the air. As soon as Lu Ming entered, he felt the 9 dragons' bloodline in his body become restless. It seemed to be thirsting for that direction. Yes, thirsting for it. What was in that direction? Lu Ming was very curious. Forget it, I'll get the dragon scale first. Then, Lu Ming moved and pounced on the dragon scale. Kid, don't even think about it. Stop right there. When he was about to get close to the dragon scale, 2 terrifying attacks attacked Lu Ming. One was a phoenix wing, and the other was a flaming saber. Huang Qixian and Bufifin attacked him. Chapter 411. Swish. Swish. Lu Ming, Huang Qixian, Xianfeng, Bufifin, and Sun Chu stood in the air, facing each other. The others were still fighting. Huang Qixian, you got guts, huh? Do you want to be beaten up again? Lu Ming looked at Huang Qixian unhappily. Brat, don't be arrogant. Huang Qixian said coldly. He condensed his true energy to replace his teeth to avoid the awkwardness of his speech. On the side, Bufifin and Sun Chu looked at Lu Ming with a solemn expression. Of course, they noticed Huang Qixuan's miserable state. Could it be that he was beaten up by Lu Ming? If that was the case, they would have to re-evaluate Lu Ming. Everyone, this brat is very sinister. He has a hidden weapon that is impossible to guard against. I was ambushed by his hidden weapon. I suggest we work together to kill this brat first, then we can fight for the dragon scale. Huang Qixian said coldly. Hee, is that so? Lu Ming suddenly patted Dandan. Swish. Dandan flew out, smashing towards Huang Qixian. What are you doing? Huang Qixian roared. He was so angry that he was bleeding internally. Lu Ming did not play by the rules. Since he could not win the argument, he immediately took action. What was this? Huang Qixian used all his strength to resist. But, bang! Dandan still smashed his face. His face, which had recovered a little, was smashed into dog shit again. Ah! Huang Qixian roared like a madman, almost losing his mind. His face was smashed again and again. Huang Qixian felt like he was going crazy. Hiss, Bufifin, Sun Chu, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming's stone egg was too strange. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and it could ignore all kinds of energy attacks. It was impossible to guard against. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were extremely solemn. Everyone, now that Huang Qixian is injured, his battle prowess has been greatly reduced. Why don't we join forces and kill Huang Qixian first? We will have one less competitor. Lu Ming shouted. Unconsciously, Sun Chu, Bufifin, and the others' gazes shifted to Huang Qixian. Lu Ming was right. The situation would be clearer if he killed one of them first. As for killing Lu Ming, although they wanted to, they didn't have the guts. If they were hit by Lu Ming's stone egg, they wouldn't feel good. Huang Qixian felt a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by these people. He shrieked and retreated 100 meters, cautiously looking at Bufifin, Lu Ming, and the others. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely unfriendly. He really wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of Huang Qixian. Ah, what the hell is this? Help. At this moment, some of the people who were fighting suddenly cried out in alarm. Lu Ming and the others were startled and couldn't help but look over. Around the underground cavern, there were wisps of blood chi rising from the ground. The smell of blood assailed their nostrils. On the ground, strange patterns appeared out of nowhere. What was even more shocking was that blood-red tentacles stretched out from the ground, entangling some of the experts. Those experts struggled with all their might, but they couldn't break free from the blood-red tentacles. Ah, my blood. Those who were entangled screamed in horror, because their blood was being sucked away by these tentacles. In less than a dozen breaths, more than a dozen people were sucked dry, dying an unnatural death. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their teeth chattering. They remembered that before they entered the dragon cave, they also saw a large number of corpses outside. Those corpses were also sucked dry of blood, just like the scene in front of them. How could this be? What is this thing? Swish. Swish. The patterns on the ground glowed, and the number of tentacles increased. More and more people were entangled. Run quickly, run, this is a demonic land. Run. Many people screamed in horror and turned around to run. Let's go, let's get out of here. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the others gritted their teeth and gave the order to retreat. Although the dragon scales were precious, they needed to be alive to use them. This place was too strange. It was not worth it to stay here and lose their lives. Today none of you will leave. At this moment a sinister voice sounded. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, figures appeared on the walls of the underground cavern. These figures were dressed in black robes. They were hiding in the holes in the walls, and no one noticed them. There were about 100 of them. As soon as these people appeared, their hands shot out rays of light into the ground. The patterns on the ground shone brightly. Then, more blood-red tentacles rushed out from the ground, blocking everyone's path of retreat. There were at least a few thousand tentacles, waving wildly and entangling the crowd. This time, 50 to 60 people were entangled by the tentacles. They screamed in horror as their blood was sucked dry. After their blood was sucked dry, more tentacles rushed out from the ground. This is the Great Inscription Formation. Who are you? Bu Fifan slashed out with his saber. A blazing saber ray shot out and cut off 5 or 6 tentacles. However, the severed tentacles quickly grew back. I spent so much effort to set up the Grand Annihilation Formation. How could you possibly break it? The sinister voice sounded again. A young man in a blood-red robe walked out from the darkness. There was a lifelike blood-red dragon embroidered on his blood-red robe. The young man's face was very pale, and he looked extremely sinister. Tell me, who are you? Bu Fifan shouted. Hee, since you're going to die here today, there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The young man in the blood-red robe smiled. What? You're from the Dragon Burial Abyss? Bu Fifan and the others exclaimed in disbelief. It was not that the other party was strong. On the contrary, the Dragon Burial Abyss had always been very mysterious, just like the ancient Desolation City. However, the ancient Desolation City had a peerless expert. However, the Dragon Burial Abyss was different. There were very few experts who came out of the Dragon Burial Abyss. There had never been a genius from the Dragon Burial Abyss who participated in the selection of the Imperial Divine Guards. Therefore, no one knew the true strength of the Dragon Burial Abyss. They only roughly classified it as a large area. This time, not only did the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss appear, but they also set up a great formation to kill them. No wonder they were shocked. Impossible? How did you get in? Sun Chu shouted. When they came in, they did not see the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Moreover, according to the young man in the blood-red robe, they seemed to have set up the formation a long time ago. Hee, you're so naive. Do you think there's only one entrance to the Dragon Cave? The young man in the blood-red robe sneered. Let me tell you, the reason why the Dragon Cave appeared was because of us. We deciphered the inscriptions of the Dragon Cave to attract geniuses like you. As long as I kill you and absorb your blood, my Dragon Devourer divine skill will reach the greater success stage. In this selection of the Imperial Divine Guards, I will definitely become one of the 4 heavens divine guards and lead the Dragon Burial Abyss to the peak. Ha! Chapter 412. A trap. Everything was a trap. Everyone understood that everything was a trap set up by the people of Dragon Burial Abyss. Although they didn't know what method the people of Dragon Burial Abyss used, the reason why the Dragon Cave appeared was because of them. The reason was that the genius of Dragon Burial Abyss wanted to use their blood to cultivate a divine technique. You want my blood? Dream on. Huang Qixuan roared. His arms shook as he used the Crimson Phoenix slash. Under one attack, more than a dozen tentacles were cut off. Unfortunately, it was useless as more tentacles would be formed soon. Haha, it's useless. My trap is foolproof. Just wait for your death. The blood-robed youth sneered. Let's join forces and rush in the same direction. Xianfeng, who had been silent, said, Okay, I agree. I agree too. Bu Fifan and Sun Chu nodded. Lu Ming also nodded. Okay, let's go. Huang Qixuan roared as he used the Phoenix Wing Slash and rushed towards the exit. Clang. Whoosh. Sword light, saber light, fist light, spear light. They gathered together and rushed towards the exit. In an instant, more than 100 tentacles were destroyed. Before the tentacles could recover, they had already rushed a few hundred meters away. Use all your strength to control the array and stop them. The blood-robed youth's expression changed as he roared. Around him, more than 100 youths of Dragon Burial Abyss shouted in unison. True chi surged as inscriptions formed in their hands and sank into the ground. All of a sudden, more tentacles appeared around Lu Ming and the rest. They were densely packed and constantly entangled toward them. For a moment, even if they joined forces, they couldn't break out. Kill. At this moment, the blood-robed youth shouted as his figure flashed and rushed into the array. His movement technique was like a ghost as he flashed among the tentacles. Those tentacles ignored him. Die. The blood-robed youth clawed out. His claw was as red as blood and his target was Huang Qixuan. Huang Qixuan was obviously injured and he wanted to kill him first. Huang Qixuan roared as he used the Phoenix Wing Slash to clash with the blood-robed youth's claw. Boom. Huang Qixuan's body shook as he staggered back. The blood-robed youth's figure flashed and disappeared among the tentacles. Bu Fifan and the others wanted to help, but it was too late. Whoosh. Whoosh. The blood-robed youth flickered a few times and appeared behind Huang Qixuan. His blood-red claws were like the claws of a blood dragon as they clawed at Huang Qixuan. Huang Qixuan fought back with all his might. It had to be said that the blood-robed youth's strength was extremely terrifying. He wasn't any weaker than Huang Qixuan at his peak. Huang Qixuan was not a match at all. With the tentacles wrapped around him, Huang Qixuan was completely at a disadvantage. After several moves, Huang Qixuan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a tentacle wrapped around Huang Qixuan. Break! Huang Qixuan roared and struggled with all his might. However, he was only able to break free from a few tentacles. Around him, even more tentacles wrapped around him. No, save me! Huang Qixuan panicked and cried out in shock. Slash slash. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the rest exerted their full strength, trying to save Huang Qixuan. Usually they couldn't wait for each other to die. But now they were all in the same boat. One less person meant one less power. If you want to save him, take care of yourself first. The blood-robed youth sneered. In a flicker he charged towards Bu Fifan, exchanging several moves with Bu Fifan. Ah! Huang Qixuan screamed miserably. His body shriveled up rapidly as the blood in his body was sucked out. Save me, ah! Huang Qixuan screamed. His voice was filled with unwillingness and fear. Several breaths later, his screams came to an abrupt end as he turned into a dried corpse. Huang Qixuan, the strongest person in a super region, a rare genius who had reached the fourth battle, died in this place, turning into a dried corpse. Ah! Ah! Screams echoed in the surroundings. At this time less than 100 people had died. Most of the young experts' blood had been sucked out. After absorbing so many young geniuses' blood, the Annihilation Array's power became even more terrifying. The entire cavern was filled with blood-red tentacles. At this time, those tentacles actually merged together. Several tentacles merged into one. Their power was even more terrifying. Even Lu Ming and the rest found it difficult to defeat them. As for the remaining 100 or so young geniuses, they were entangled by the tentacles in just a few breaths' time. Screams continued to echo as the annihilation array became even more frenzied. Inside the array, only Lu Ming, Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and Xianfeng were left. At this time, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu's eyes flickered with fear. Lu Ming frowned, while Xianfeng's face was cold and stern. Haha, only the 4 of you are left, all of you can die. The blood-robed youth laughed loudly. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned around and took a step forward. This step was not in the direction of the exit. Instead, it was in the opposite direction of the exit. It was in the direction of the pitch-black darkness. Boom. 7 to 8 tentacles were destroyed. Lu Ming rushed forward, his long spear thrusting out. The power of wind and fire merged, destroying 3 tentacles that were trying to entangle him. What are you doing? Bu Fifan roared. At this critical moment, Lu Ming actually dashed in the opposite direction. It was fine if he was courting death, but their strength had been weakened. Sun Chu's face was extremely ugly. Only Xianfeng's expression did not change. Even the blood-robed youth was slightly stunned. Is this brat stupid? The blood-robed youth sneered. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming did not say a word as he continued to charge inside. Ignore that brat. We'll charge with all our strength. Bu Fifan roared. The 3 of them worked together and continued to charge outside. That brat is charging inside. That's a dead end. Only death awaits. Use all your strength to control the array and deal with those 3. The blood-robed youth ordered. Immediately, the 100 or so young geniuses controlled the array, and more tentacles rushed towards Bu Fifan and the rest. With this, the number of tentacles in front of Lu Ming decreased by several times, greatly reducing the pressure on him. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming continuously blasted out several Heaven's Path palm imprints, destroying a large number of tentacles in front of him. Lu Ming continued to charge forward. It seemed that Lu Ming was about to charge out of the array and enter the dark place. The blood-robed youth's eyes flashed as he muttered, "No, this brat's behavior is strange. He might have something to rely on. I have to stop him first." With a flash, the blood-robed youth's body appeared in front of Lu Ming like a ghost. "Stay here." The blood-robed youth shouted coldly as his blood claw grabbed at Lu Ming. A strong wind whistled, filled with the smell of blood. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust out his long spear and collided with the blood-red claw. A powerful force surged, and Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated 2 steps. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted as he stepped out. "I've said that none of you can leave the array. Become my nourishment, and help me cultivate a divine skill." The blood-robed youth shouted coldly as his blood claw clashed with Lu Ming's foot. Immediately, both of them retreated 3 steps. Dandan. Lu Ming suddenly slapped the stone egg. Whoosh. Chapter 413. As soon as Dandan rushed out, the surrounding tentacles wrapped around Dandan. "Humph, I have the final say in this formation. Your tricks are all in vain." Ah. At first, the red-robed young man snorted calmly, but the next moment, he screamed in panic. Because Dandan completely ignored the tentacles and directly hit the red-robed young man's face. The red-robed young man tried his best to dodge, but in the end, bang! Dandan hit his face, and blood splattered everywhere. The red-robed young man's face was smashed into dog poop. Ah! The blood-robed youth hollered and his figure flashed continuously. He distanced himself from Lu Ming and hollered furiously. Damn it. Control the array and kill him." Whoosh! Some of the tentacles rushed toward Lu Ming. Quick! Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and rushed forward. He performed the Heavenly Palm and 9 Dragons Sky Step continuously. Previously, most of the tentacles were used to deal with Bu Fifan and the other 2. The tentacles on his side were relatively weak, and he immediately opened a passage. Bang! 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 The tentacles exploded one by one, and Lu Ming rushed out for thousands of meters in an instant. He was close to the dark area. When he got closer, he saw that it was an abyss. On the other side of the cave was an abyss. The abyss was so dark that he couldn't see how deep it was. It was filled with black fog and looked extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Those tentacles rushed toward Lu Ming crazily, and they were several times denser than before. "Go to hell, boy." The red-robed young man's eyes were extremely cold. "Haha." Lu Ming sneered and kicked out. The last few tentacles in front of him were smashed by him. Then he leaped into the abyss. Damn it! The red-robed young man flashed and appeared beside the abyss. He looked at the abyss with fear, but he didn't dare to chase after him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two black-robed figures appeared beside the red-robed young man. Senior brother, what should we do? This guy jumped into the abyss. Should we chase after him? A black-robed man asked. There's no need for that. This abyss is the most dangerous place in the dragon's lair. Even though I've cultivated the dragon devourer godly skill, I'll still die if I go down there. This guy will definitely die if he jumps down there. However, it's too easy for him to die in the abyss. The blood-robed young man said coldly. Now go all out and kill the three of them. The scarlet-robed young man pointed at Bufifin and the other two. Yes. The black-robed man responded and controlled the formation with all his might. Lu Ming didn't know what was happening above. He jumped down into the abyss and suddenly felt a strong force sweeping over him. His body couldn't help but fall down rapidly. Huff huff, gusts of wind blew past his ears, and the surroundings were filled with black fog. Through the black fog, Lu Ming discovered that the abyss was unfathomably wide. It was also very deep. Lu Ming fell for at least tens of thousands of meters before he felt his body lighten. The energy disappeared, and he could fly again. Lu Ming operated his true chi to stop his falling momentum and slowly floated down. After about a kilometer, they finally reached the bottom. Kacha. When Lu Ming stepped on the ground, there was a kacha sound. Lu Ming looked down and was slightly surprised. The ground was covered in white bones. Human bones. Lu Ming took a glance and gasped a breath of cold air. The ground was littered with skeletons. It was unknown how many skeletons there were, but they covered the ground. Moreover, they were all in human form. Could it be that the human martial artists who broke into this place over the endless years have all turned into white bones? Lu Ming thought to himself. He couldn't help but become serious. He focused his attention and observed his surroundings at all times. There was silence all around. There was no sound at all. Coupled with the white bones on the ground, Lu Ming felt like he had come to the abyss of hell. The Nine Dragons bloodline is unusually restless and seems to be very excited. There must be something here that attracted the Nine Dragons bloodline. I should search around. Lu Ming thought and began to move forward and observe his surroundings. Lu Ming activated his true chi and walked on air, ignoring the white bones. After walking for a few kilometers, he still didn't find anything. Woo-woo. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. The gust of wind was cold, blowing on his body, giving him goosebumps. Roar. Suddenly, there was a loud roar and energy overflowed. A black shadow pounced on Lu Ming with an extremely terrifying momentum. Lu Ming was shocked. He pulled out his spear and collided with the black shadow. Bang. With a loud bang, Lu Ming felt a surge of energy, like the water of the sea, surging toward him. His body trembled, and he couldn't help but retreat. The blood in his body was in turmoil. This is a dragon? At this moment, Lu Ming saw what the black shadow that attacked him was. It was actually a huge dragon. There were 5 dragon claws on its abdomen, and its entire body was pitch black. 5 claws, a true dragon. No, it's not a true dragon. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw that this true dragon was not a physical body, but was condensed from energy. It was condensed from a kind of black energy. This energy was filled with tyranny, ferocity, and evil. Roar. The black dragon's attack missed and it roared again, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Before it arrived, it brought about a violent gust of wind, whistling through the air. 9 dragons trampling the sky. Lu Ming stepped out and collided with the black dragon. In the next moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and he quickly retreated. Strong, this black dragon's strength was too strong, surpassing Lu Ming's by a large margin. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't want to continue the battle and turned to run. That black dragon roared and chased after him. Roar. Before Lu Ming ran 100 meters, there was another roar in front of him. A black dragon that was dozens of meters long appeared and pounced on Lu Ming. Another one. There were 2 dragons in front and behind, forming a pincer attack. Roar. Roar. It wasn't over yet. There were loud roars from both sides, and 2 more black dragons appeared. Lu Ming's expression changed completely. He wasn't a match for one black dragon, let alone four. Moreover, who knew if there were more? As if confirming Lu Ming's words, there were roars in the distance, rising and falling. There were at least a dozen of them. Lu Ming's face turned red, and he wanted to slap himself. Whatever he thought of, it really came. Amidst the roars, more than a dozen black dragons appeared, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Now, I can only try the 9 dragons bloodline. Lu Ming frowned. In the next moment, bloodlight surged and the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. Roar. As soon as the 9 dragons bloodline appeared, it roared at those black dragons. Those black dragons trembled and stopped, looking at the 9 dragons bloodline with some fear. It's really effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up in joy. The formation of these black dragons was definitely related to the true dragons, and the 9 dragons were above the true dragons. As expected, it had a deterrent effect on these black dragons. Roar. At this moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared and flew out. A powerful devouring force erupted from its mouth, enveloping a black dragon. That black dragon cried out in horror and struggled with all its might. Chapter 4:14. Following that, the 9 dragons' bloodline pulled forcefully. The giant dragon roared, and large chunks of mist were actually pulled out. The black dragon's body was made of these mist clouds. These mist clouds twisted and rolled in the air, unusually evil. Evil fiendish aura. These mist clouds were all made of evil fiendish aura. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons' bloodline pulled again, and a series of explosions erupted from the black dragon's body, and a large number of mist clouds exploded. The mist clouds exploded, and a milky white gas was revealed in the black dragon's body. The milky white gas was about a meter long, and was in the shape of a dragon. At this moment it was trembling in fear. Could this be dragon essence? Lu Ming was dumbfounded at first, then ecstasy. Dragon essence was the essence of a true dragon's body, similar to a martial artist's true chi, but countless times stronger than a martial artist's true chi. This dragon essence could actually absorb the evil aura and fiendish aura between heaven and earth and condense into a black dragon. It definitely contained the essence of a true dragon's body. This was a supreme treasure to a martial artist. If a martial artist refined the dragon essence, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. And to Lu Ming, it was even more precious. The true dragon battle art he cultivated was dragon-shaped true chi. If he refined this dragon essence, the true dragon battle art would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Haha, absorb for me. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline, and erupted with a powerful devouring power. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing the 1-meter-long dragon essence into its mouth. Continue. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline, and pounced on the other black dragons. Although those black dragons were extremely powerful, in the face of the 9 dragons' bloodline, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. They were scared half to death, and their strength was greatly reduced. In a few moves, the 9 dragons' bloodline caught another one, and the evil aura outside collapsed, revealing a dragon essence inside. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing another dragon essence. Then it continued to pounce on the next one. Those black dragons roared in horror and turned to run. My dragon essence, don't even think about running. Lu Ming broke into a run and gave chase. Just like that, roars sounded in this underground abyss. Half a day later, everything calmed down. 18 streaks of dragon essence, 18 streaks in total. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he sat cross-legged on a stone wall, his face flickering with excitement. Earlier, he had killed a total of 18 black dragons and captured 18 dragon essences. Then he circled around again, and only stopped when he was sure that there were no more black dragons. Now let's start cultivating the true battle dragon art. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he extracted a strand of dragon essence from the 9 dragons' bloodline, and started to circulate the true dragon battle art. When the dragon essence entered his meridians, the true energy in Lu Ming's body seemed to become excited. It wrapped around the dragon essence and refined it into true energy. In that moment, Lu Ming's true energy grew even more lifelike, almost as if it were a miniature dragon. His true chi became even more condensed. The true dragon battle art was rapidly improving. After refining the first strand, he continued with the second, and the third. After Lu Ming refined the 5 dragon essences, the true qi in his body roared. The true dragon battle art had broken through from the 5th level to the 6th level. His true qi was 7 times more condensed than an ordinary person. This was not enough. He continued to refine the dragon essences. 2 days later, the remaining dragon essences were all refined. The true dragon battle art had broken through another level and reached the 7th level. His true qi was 8 times more condensed than an ordinary person. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased by a level, reaching the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with endless power, and his true qi was incomparably condensed. With a wave of his hand, his true qi condensed into a spear light and shot into the ground, piercing a bottomless hole in the ground. The spear that Lu Ming condensed with his true qi was comparable to an ordinary level 4 spirit weapon. That was because Lu Ming's true qi was too condensed. The weapon that was condensed was incomparably sturdy. This allowed Lu Ming's battle strength to increase by a large margin. The true dragon battle art has risen by 2 levels. My current battle strength has definitely reached the level of a 5 battle genius. Lu Ming pondered. 2 levels of the true dragon battle art had allowed Lu Ming's battle strength to surpass a limit, reaching the level of a 5 battle genius. A 5 battle genius, if this were to be known, it would scare people to death. If I were to fight Huang Qixuan now, I would be able to kill him within 3 moves. Lu Ming measured his own battle strength. His cultivation was the same as Huang Qixuan's, reaching the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. His battle strength was also at the level of a 5 battle genius, while Huang Qixuan was only at the level of a 4 battle genius. Lu Ming's battle strength was a level higher than Huang Qixuan's. It would not be difficult to kill him within 3 moves. Lu Ming withdrew his cultivation and rose to his feet. Let's see if there's anything else in this abyss. Lu Ming began to look around. The abyss was huge, spanning over 10 miles. Lu Ming walked around for half a day, but did not discover anything. It seemed like there were only 18 of those black dragons, and they were all killed by Lu Ming. He did not discover any other living creatures or spirit herbs. Apart from bones, there was nothing else. An hour later, there's a stone carving there. In the depths of the abyss, Lu Ming saw a stone carving on a wall. The stone carving was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, with a true dragon carved on it. The true dragon's scales were of 3 different colors. What a realistic stone carving! Lu Ming exclaimed as he looked at the stone carving. The true dragon seemed to be real, as if it was a real dragon that was embedded in the stone wall. It emitted an aura that could devour everything and dominate the world. Boom! Lu Ming looked at it and suddenly, there was an explosion in his mind. Following that, he discovered that his surroundings had changed. He discovered that he was in a layer of clouds, which was formed by flames. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the clouds, while a fierce wind howled in all directions. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Lu Ming was shocked to discover that a real dragon with scales of 3 different colors was surging and flying in the clouds. It was more than 10,000 meters long and had 5 dragon claws. It was extremely terrifying as it walked in the air. A true dragon. Lu Ming actually saw a true dragon. Roar! The 3-colored true dragon roared at the sky. In an instant, the heavens and earth cracked and a long crack appeared. Lu Ming felt a rumble in his mind, as if a piece of information flew into his mind. In the next moment, the heavens and earth changed and the true dragon disappeared. Lu Ming discovered that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone carving on the stone wall. What's going on? Was it all an illusion just now? No, there's an additional piece of information in my mind. It's real. Lu Ming muttered. Then he began to organize the information in his mind. The 3 unique skills of the dragon god. The information in his mind was actually a martial technique called the 3 unique skills of the dragon god. Moreover, it was a spear technique. Spear technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Currently, his strongest attacks were the 9 dragons' heaven ascending steps and the heaven's path palm. His spear technique was his weakest. He had always wanted to find a spear technique to cultivate, but spear techniques were much more lacking compared to sword, blade, fist, and palm techniques. He had never found a suitable one. Now, what about the spear technique he obtained from the true dragon stone carving? Chapter 4:15. According to this information, the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god was created by a true dragon named Lei Su. Lu Ming closed his eyes and read carefully. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Amazing, this is too amazing. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with amazement. According to the records, the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god needed to comprehend 3 types of concepts of heaven and earth. Moreover, the 3 types of concepts had to be completely merged together to cultivate to the highest level. Above the force was the concept. They were the 3 concepts of wind, fire, and thunder. Only by comprehending these 3 concepts and merging them together could one cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god to the highest level. However, it was not necessary to comprehend 3 concepts to cultivate. According to the records, one could cultivate if they comprehended one concept, but the power would be much weaker. If one comprehended one concept and cultivated the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god, the power of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god would be about the same as a superior earth-class martial skill. If one comprehended 2 concepts and merged them together, the power would reach the inferior heaven-class martial skill. If one comprehended 3 concepts, the power would reach the superior heaven-class martial skill. According to Lei Su's speculation, 3 concepts were not the limit. If one could comprehend 4 concepts and merge them together, the power of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god would be even stronger. Unfortunately, Lei Su had been born with 3 concepts. In the end, he did not comprehend the 4th concept. Concept, I am still too far away. Even my force has not reached perfection. Lu Ming sighed. Could it be that I can't cultivate without comprehending a concept? Lu Ming was somewhat indignant. He carefully read the information in his mind. After a while, he revealed a trace of joy. This time he had a new discovery. It was not necessary to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth to cultivate. As long as one comprehended the corresponding force, they could cultivate it. However, they could not cultivate it to a high level. Lu Ming had comprehended the wind and fire force, which corresponded with the wind and fire concepts. If he cultivated the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god, the power of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god would be equivalent to an inferior heaven-class martial skill. However, with Lu Ming's current 2 types of force that were at the limit of large success, he could at most cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god to the 1st level. Only when both potentials reached perfection could one cultivate to the 2nd level. This was the limit. If one wanted to cultivate to a higher level, they would have to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Haha, the 1st level is fine too. Lu Ming laughed heartily, very satisfied. One had to know that he had merged 2 forces, and the 2 forces had already merged successfully. Cultivating the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god was equivalent to a low-grade heaven rank martial skill. The 1st level of a heaven-class low-grade martial skill was already stronger than the highest level of an earth-class martial skill. In other words, as long as Lu Ming cultivated the 1st level of the 3 ultimates of dragon god, its power would completely surpass the Heaven's Path Palm and become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. In the future, when my wind and fire evolves into the state of heaven and earth, I will go and comprehend the state of thunder. Then, the might of this 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god will be very strong. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. This stone inscription actually contains such a strong ultimate skill. How wonderful! Let me take a look again. Immediately, Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription and looked at it seriously. Whoosh! The environment suddenly changed. This time, it was different from the last time. This time Lu Ming appeared in a starry sky. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out as a 3-colored true dragon flew through the starry sky. Its 5 dragon claws took 1 step at a time as it stepped forward. Every step it took caused the world to rumble and space to crack open like a spiderweb. True dragon steps. Lu Ming's body trembled. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the tricolor true dragon's claws. The true dragon's steps reminded him of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Although the 9 dragons were stronger than the true dragon, that level was too far away from Lu Ming. Not to mention the 9 dragons. Even the true dragon was tens of thousands of times stronger than Lu Ming. The true dragon's steps were similar to the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Instantly Lu Ming felt enlightened. Some parts of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps that he couldn't comprehend were instantly cleared up. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Then he took a step forward. Rumble. Heaven and earth roared. This piece of heaven and earth suddenly shattered, and the environment changed. Lu Ming discovered that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone inscriptions. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Let me test it out. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon. He didn't dare to test it in the abyss. He was afraid that he would destroy the abyss if he took a step out. Everything else was fine, but it would be a pity if he destroyed the stone inscription. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Suddenly Lu Ming whispered. Then he took a step forward. Bang! The moment he stepped on the platform of the Temple of Paragon, the entire Temple of Paragon shook. Luckily, the Temple of Paragon was 9 Suns Supreme's treasure. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he couldn't destroy it. The Temple of Paragon only shook a little, then calmed down. Then Lu Ming took another step forward. This step was not to start from scratch. Instead, it was to build on the foundation of the first step and take another step forward. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Second step. Lu Ming had finally mastered the second step. Buzz. Heaven and earth rumbled. A mysterious aura rippled under Lu Ming's feet. Boom. With this step, the Temple of Paragon shook violently again. This time, it was even more violent than before. Whoosh. Then Lu Ming took a deep breath. What a strong pressure. Lu Ming thought. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. With every step, his body would feel a strong pressure. With 2 consecutive steps, the pressure would increase exponentially. Of course, its power was also terrifying. Its power has surpassed the Heaven Path Palm. It barely reaches the power of a heaven-level low class. According to the records of the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, the first 2 steps can be considered as laying the foundation. The increase in power is not very obvious. From the 3rd step onwards, the power will increase exponentially with each step. That is terrifying. However, the difficulty of cultivation will also increase exponentially. This stone inscription is amazing. Let me take a look. Then Lu Ming looked at the stone inscription again. The environment changed again. This time, he was still in the same starry sky. The tricolor true dragon was striding over. This time, Lu Ming merely observed carefully. There were no other strange movements. Not long after, the tricolor true dragon's body started to change rapidly. In the end, it turned into a handsome middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a tricolor robe. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he started to dance. This is the 3 skills of the dragon god. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He looked at it carefully. The 3 skills of the dragon god had 3 moves. They were the true dragon strike, the 1,000 dragons kill, and the ultimate strike. The first 2 moves could be cultivated regardless of how many intents and forces one had comprehended. Only the 3rd move, the ultimate strike, could be cultivated if one had comprehended the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning. Once it was successfully cultivated, its power would be incomparably terrifying. With a thrust of the spear, it would be able to pierce through everything. There was nothing it could not break. Unexpectedly, the stone inscription had a scene of Lei Su practicing his spear skills. This was a great help to Lu Ming. Chapter 416. Lu Ming immediately took out his long spear and started waving it around. The long spear danced like a dragon, bringing with it the power of wind and fire, and vaguely letting out a dragon roar. But after a while, the dragon roar stopped abruptly, and Lu Ming also stopped cultivating. Although he failed, Lu Ming was not depressed. Of course, the 3 unique skills of the dragon god could not be cultivated so easily. Moreover, his power of wind and fire was only at the greater success stage. It was already very good to be able to cultivate the dragon roar on his first try. And it was all thanks to the stone inscription. Continue. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in cultivation wholeheartedly. There were two main types of cultivation. One was the 3 unique skills of the dragon god, and the other was the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Because these two types of cultivation could be enlightened by looking at the stone inscriptions, it was very helpful for cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed. There were only a few days left until the end of the Empyrean Divine Guard selection. At this time, all the geniuses in the entire Dongming ancient battlefield were gathering at the center of the battlefield. There, they would participate in the final test. In the Dragon's Cave, a huge underground cave, blood qi was rolling like an ocean. Suddenly, the blood qi surged and formed a huge blood-red dragon, rushing towards a blood-robed youth and entering his body in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The blood-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of blood-red light pierced through hundreds of meters of the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 100 black-robed men appeared in front of the blood-robed youth and shouted, "Congratulations, senior brother! Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to the blood of those geniuses this time." Unfortunately, one of them jumped into the abyss, and the other one escaped. Otherwise, I would be able to reach a higher level. But this is enough. One of the 4 heavenly divine guards, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, will belong to me, Zongxing. The blood-robed youth laughed. Senior brother is invincible. The black-robed men flattered. Haha, let's go. Let's go to the final test. The blood-robed youth smiled and led the group out of the dragon's cave, heading towards the central area. Not far away from the dragon's cave there was a hidden valley. A young figure walked out of the valley. Lightning crackled around his body, and his aura shot up into the sky. If you want to die, wait until I know the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. See? The roar of a dragon resounded as the power of wind and fire converged, forming a 2-colored true dragon that roared out. The 3 absolutes of the dragon god, the limit of the first level. Unfortunately, if I want to break through to the second level, I need the power of wind and fire to reach perfection. After 2 months of cultivation, Xiaochen had finally succeeded in cultivating the 3 absolutes of the dragon god. Furthermore, he had reached the limit of the first level. This was equivalent to an inferior heaven rank martial technique. It was already very rare to be able to cultivate it in such a short period of time. Unfortunately, I still haven't succeeded in cultivating the 3rd step of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Lu Ming sighed. During this period of time, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps had also improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming felt that he was only 1 step away from cultivating the 3rd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Once he cultivated the 3rd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, its power would increase crazily. The power of the 3rd step was equivalent to the 6th level of an inferior heaven rank martial technique. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. The 3-month deadline is almost up. I really want to continue cultivating here. Lu Ming sighed, looking at the dragon-shaped stone carving with bright eyes. Can we dig this stone carving away? Lu Ming stared at the stone and carefully examined it. After a while, he flew up and took out a shiny broadsword. He actually started to cut around the stone. He wanted to take this stone away. Sizzle sizzle. The stone walls here were very hard. When the broadsword that was equivalent to a grade 4 spirit weapon cut into the stone walls, sparks flew in all directions. The resistance was unbelievably great. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and used all his strength to cut and dig. After half a day, Lu Ming was sweating profusely, but he was only halfway done. Haha, sure, continue. Lu Ming buried his head and worked hard again. Crack. Suddenly, a kacha sound came from the stone inscription. A crack actually appeared in the middle of the stone inscription. Don't! Lu Ming shouted. Crack! Crack! The sound became more and more intense. Cracks like a spider web appeared on the stone. Bang! In the end, the entire stone exploded and turned into ashes, drifting in all directions. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This stone inscription actually exploded on its own. Sigh, it seems that I can't take it away at all. As long as I dig, the stone will self-destruct. Lu Ming sighed. It was a pity. In this way, He was the only one who knew the 3 unique skills of the dragon god. Forget it, without the stone, I can still cultivate the 3 unique skills of the dragon god to the highest level. I have to set off now, or it will be too late. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew up. But when he flew more than 1,000 meters in the air, there was an invisible force that prevented Lu Ming from flying. Lu Ming slid to the side, sticking to the wall, and quickly climbed up. After a while, Lu Ming finally came out of the abyss and arrived at the huge cave. The underground cave was quiet, without the slightest sound. On the ground, there were hundreds of dried corpses, all of which were the young experts who came in last time. And the dragon scale had naturally disappeared long ago. I wonder if Bufifan and the rest have escaped. Lu Ming whispered and walked forward. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. There were a few dried corpses here, which attracted Lu Ming's attention. Bufifan Sun Chu. Lu Ming sighed. Through the clothes, he recognized that the 2 dried corpses belonged to Bufifan and Sun Chu. It seemed that the 2 strongest experts of the super regions did not escape in the end. However, he did not see Xianfeng's corpse. Did Xianfeng escape? Lu Ming pondered. The ancient desolate city had always been mysterious. It was normal for Xianfeng to have some powerful means to escape. Let's go. Then Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and rushed up the cave. Very soon he was out of the dragon's cave. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure disappeared. He went to the central area with all his might. In the central area of the Dongming ancient battlefield, there were 108 altars built on a flat ground. Each altar was 100 meters tall and was unusually majestic. Chapter 417. Whoosh, whoosh. Air-rending sounds could be heard as several figures appeared outside the altars. The Dongming ancient battlefield was divided into 4 directions. Each direction corresponded to an altar. The geniuses of the eastern Tianxian region were scattered in these 4 directions. Lu Ming was in the east. Figures flashed around the altars in the east. Powerful youths appeared one after another. A few hours later, more than 3,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 rays of sword light flew over and appeared outside the altars. When the sword light dissipated, 2 figures appeared. They were Jian Fengyan and Xiao Haoyu. Their auras were clearly much stronger than 2 months ago. Brother Jian. As soon as Jian Fengyan appeared, someone flew over to greet him. Brother Jiang. Jian Fengyan smiled. This person was Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. There were also some familiar faces on the Emperor Yun leaderboard, such as Su Yingying, who was ranked 13th. Lu Shaofeng, who was ranked 35th. When they first entered the Dongming ancient battlefield, not everyone had gathered together. A large number of people gathered together, but there were also some who were scattered far away after being teleported in. Jiang Hongwen and the others were the same. Jian Fengyan nodded and greeted them. The number of people increased and soon, more than 5,000 people had gathered. Look, that's the genius from the super region, Feng Yun Bei. The genius from Baiyu City is here too. That's also a super region. There were people exclaiming in the surroundings. That was because the geniuses from the super region had appeared one by one. Look, what's that? A blood-red cloud? Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and shouted. In the distance, a blood-red cloud surged over. When it got close, the cloud dispersed, revealing more than 100 figures. The one leading them was Zongsheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The others were the young experts from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Hee. A bunch of trash. Zongsheng looked at the geniuses from the super region and smiled disdainfully. He didn't restrain his voice in the slightest, and it spread far and wide. What did you say? You're courting death. A genius from the Feng Yun Bei roared, and his killing intent surged. He moved and pounced at Zongsheng. His aura was as heavy as a mountain. He was a martial ancestor realm early stage. Whoosh. At this moment, Buried Life's figure flashed like a phantom. In the next moment, a shrill scream rang out. Everyone was horrified to see that Buried Life's claw had grabbed the head of the Wind Cloud Bay young man, leaving 5 holes in his skull. The body of the Wind Cloud Bay youth wriggled rapidly. Within a few breaths, he turned into a dried corpse. All the blood and chi essence in his body had disappeared. Hiss gasps could be heard everywhere. Everyone looked at buried life in shock. He was a genius in the early stage of martial ancestor realm LV8. Furthermore, he was likely to be a genius who had won 3 battles. However, he was as weak as a chicken in Zhongsheng's hands. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. Just how strong was buried life? Boom. Boom. Powerful auras erupted from the Windcloud Bay area. Hundreds of youths stared at Zhongsheng with gloomy eyes. One of them, in particular, had an exceptionally powerful aura that was extremely terrifying. He wore a robe and stepped out. He glared at Zhongsheng and said, "Friend, aren't you going too far?" He is from the Eelis sect, the strongest in the Storm Bay area. Someone recognized the young man. Going too far? He is just a piece of trash. Am I wrong to say that? He wants to attack me. He is just courting death. Why? Do you want to attack me too? I don't mind sending you on your way to accompany him. Zhongsheng smiled contemptuously. He licked his lips and looked at the Eelis sect with a cold and greedy gaze. Arrogance. He was blatantly arrogant. Even in the face of the strongest in a super region, he was still arrogant. The Eelis sect frowned. He did not know why, but when Zhongsheng stared at him, the Eelis sect felt a chill run down his spine. It was as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Where are you from? The Eelis sect asked. You want to know? There is no harm in telling you. We are from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Zhongsheng sneered. Dragon Burial Abyss? The Eelis sect's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised and said, "All right, I will remember this." The Eelis sect had retreated. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Clearly, the Eelis sect did not attack. They were retreating. Wasn't the Dragon Burial Abyss an ordinary large area? How could there be such a terrifying genius? How could he make the Eelis sect retreat? The crowd looked at Zhongsheng curiously. Hee. Zhongsheng sneered. At this moment, more and more people had gathered. There were already more than 10,000 people. Whoosh. In the sky, a flash of lightning appeared and a figure appeared. Qiu Changkong. When the people of the Cloud Emperor mountain range saw Qiu Changkong, they exclaimed. The moment Qiu Changkong appeared, he looked around. In the next moment, he saw Jian Fengyan and the others. He took a step forward and stood in front of Jian Fengyan and the others. He looked around and said coldly, "Where is Lu Ming? Why isn't he here? Is he dead? Do any of you know anything about him?" His tone was domineering, and it was filled with a commanding tone. It did not sound like a question, but more like an order for Jian Fengyan and the others to speak. Jian Fengyan, Jiang Hongwen, and the others frowned. They were all geniuses. Qiu Changkong's tone naturally made them unhappy. Brother Lu is a peerless genius. Of course he wouldn't be dead. He is most likely on his way here, Jian Fengyan said. Brother Lu? You call him so intimately. It seems like you have been with Lu Ming all this time. Tell me, where is Lu Ming? Send him a message and ask him to come here and accept his death. Qiu Changkong ordered. Qiu Changkong, watch your attitude. Even if I know where he is, why should I tell you? Jian Fengyun's voice turned cold. Why? Are you unhappy? Haha, Jian Fengyan. Do you still think that you are the #1 genius on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard? Let me tell you, in front of me, you are just a piece of trash. Now kneel down. Qiu Changkong was extremely arrogant, and he slapped Jian Fengyan with his palm. Clang. The sound of a sword rang and Jian Fengyan unsheathed his sword. A terrifying sword chi shot up to the sky. The early stage of the martial ancestor realm. It was obvious that Jian Fengyan had made a breakthrough during this period, and had reached the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Qiu Changkong, you may have had a fortuitous encounter and your cultivation has improved greatly. However, you are too arrogant. Let me see how much progress you have made. Jian Fengyan said in a deep voice. Clang. In the next moment, a sharp sword chi shot towards Qiu Changkong. Arrogant? Why should I be arrogant to all of you? Qiu Changkong sneered. He suddenly pointed his finger like a sword, and a sword chi that was flickering with lightning radiance shot out. Puff. A crisp sound rang out and Jian Fengyun's sword chi shattered. Qiu Changkong's lightning sword chi did not stop, and it pierced towards Jian Fengyun's throat. It was so fast that it was beyond anyone's reaction time. Chapter 418. Just as Jian Fengyun was about to die, Qiu Changkong changed his hand gesture. He turned his finger sword into a palm and slapped Jian Fengyun's shoulder. Jian Fengyun's body trembled and he knelt down. Bang! Jian Fengyun knelt down in front of Qiu Changkong. Ah! Jian Fengyun struggled and his eyes turned red. This was worse than death. He would rather die than kneel in front of Qiu Changkong. However, Qiu Changkong's palm flashed and Jian Fengyun's body trembled. Brother Jian! Xiao Haoyu shouted and a powerful aura rose from his body. Qiu Changkong, don't go too far! Jiang Hongwen and the others shouted. They were shocked. They had not seen Qiu Changkong for 3 months, and his combat strength had increased to such a level. Jian Fengyun's cultivation had increased greatly, but he was still defeated by Qiu Changkong in one move. How could Qiu Changkong be so strong? What fortuitous encounter did he have? Qiu Changkong's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Jiang Hongwen and the others. What? You want to interfere? Do you want to die? Boom. Qiu Changkong's body surged with killing intent and a powerful aura. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened. The powerful aura forced Jiang Hongwen and the others to step back. Their faces were filled with fear. At this moment, the strongest people in the super regions looked at Qiu Changkong seriously. This guy. Zhang Sheng also looked at Qiu Changkong. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Qiu Changkong sneered when he saw the expressions of Jiang Hongwen and the others. He looked down at Jian Fengyun and said, Jian Fengyun, I won't kill you today. I want you to see who is the strongest person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Haha. Qiu Changkong looked at Jian Fengyun with contempt and laughed. Jian Fengyun clenched his fists. His nails dug into his flesh and blood flowed out. Trash! Qiu Changkong sneered. He felt extremely happy. The strongest person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was still kneeling in front of him. Next, he would obtain the Eastern Sky Divine Guards and make the other geniuses bow down to him. Buzz. Meanwhile, the 27 altars began to vibrate all of a sudden, emitting a brilliant glow. The formation has been activated. We have to leave this place and participate in the final test. This time, I must become a DT on Divine Guard. Sigh, as long as I can become a reserve DT on Divine Guard, I will be satisfied. 1. 27 altars shone with resplendent light, and inscriptions flowed. After a while, the light from the altars gathered together, and a huge vortex appeared above the altars. The teleportation path to the final trial has been activated. Once you enter the vortex, you will arrive at the final trial. A deep and dignified voice came from the vortex. Haha, the final test has begun. Let's go. Zhongsheng laughed and flew into the vortex, disappearing without a trace. The others from the Dragon Burial Abyss followed closely behind. Go, go. At the scene, more than 10,000 people flew into the vortex like locusts and disappeared. Lu Ming hasn't come yet. Looks like he died somewhere. Qiu Changkong snorted. He then looked into the distance, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. Lu Ming, don't think that I won't be able to get the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure after you're dead. Wait until I become a DT on Divine Guard, and destroy the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. At that time, I will get the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure from your father. Hee, that old man, don't think that I won't be able to do anything to him. Qiu Changkong thought. He then looked at Jian Fengyun and sent him flying with a kick, saying, Trash, get lost. Then he dashed into the vortex with a flicker and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Brother Jian, how are you? Xiao Haoyu, Jiang Hongwen, and the others hurried over to help Jian Fengyun up. I'm fine, Jian Fengyun said as he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Sigh, I didn't expect Qiu Changkong's cultivation to have reached such a level. How terrifying. Jiang Hongwen sighed. Jian Fengyun's face turned ugly, but he did not say anything. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, Lu Ming, did something really happen to you? Did you die? Lu Ming still had not arrived. It was highly possible that something had happened to him. Jian Fengyun's expression changed all of a sudden, as he saw a ray of light rapidly approaching from the horizon. The ray of light was too fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming. Lu Jianfengyan was overjoyed. The ray of light disappeared, revealing the true figure. It was none other than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had finally arrived at the scene at lightning speed. Haha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Jianfengyan was overjoyed. Haha, brother Lu. Xiao Haoyu also went up to greet him. Jiang Hongwen and the others were confused. Wasn't it just Lu Ming? Did Jianfengyan need to be so excited? Although Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, he had only managed to enter the top 10 in the previous preliminaries. What was there to be happy about? Brother Jian, you seemed to be injured not long ago. Who injured you? Lu Ming could tell that Jianfengyan was injured at a glance. Although the injury wasn't serious, Lu Ming could still tell. Haha, I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Jianfengyan smiled. Lu Ming frowned. Jianfengyan seemed to be afraid of something and did not tell the truth. Brother Jian, why hide it? Lu Ming, let me tell you. This is all because of you. Jiang Hongwen shouted from the side. Brother Jiang, there's no need to say any more. Jianfengyan wanted to stop him. It's all because of me? Lu Ming frowned. That's right. It's all because of you. I know that you and Qiu Changkong are from the same empire, and have a grudge against each other. Qiu Changkong vented his anger on Brother Jian, because he couldn't find you. Jiang Hongwen said loudly. Qiu Changkong? He's actually so strong. Lu Ming said. That's right. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Qiu Changkong had, but his cultivation is terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming, let me warn you. If you encounter Qiu Changkong, you should hide as far as you can. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Jiang Hongwen said. The other geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range nodded their heads. Brother Lu, Qiu Changkong is indeed very strong now. You might not be his match. Jianfengyan sighed. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Let's go. Lu Ming changed the topic and did not say anything else. Everyone nodded and rushed into the whirlpool. When Lu Ming dashed into the whirlpool, the familiar feeling of heaven and earth spinning occurred again. After a while, Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a platform paved with white jade. Lu Ming looked around. 3 sides of the platform were blurry, and there was a staircase on the other side. The staircase was completely paved with white jade and led upwards. This is the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. Only those who can ascend the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase will be considered as a reserve Empyrean Divine Guard. Those who can't ascend will be eliminated. Chapter 419. Lu Ming already knew that the final test for the Dtion Divine Guards was divided into several rounds. The first round was the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. Only by climbing the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase could one become a reserve Dtion Divine Guard. After climbing the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase, there would be another test. Only by passing the next test could one become a true Dtion Divine Guard. There was no one around. Lu Ming guessed that this should be the inscription formation. The 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase before him was likely formed by the inscription formation. Let's see what's so special about this 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped up. Buzz. As soon as Lu Ming stepped on it, there was a huge force between heaven and earth that pressed down on him. Lu Ming's body shook slightly and he managed to offset the force. This force not only acts on the physical body, but also on the true qi in the body. Even the mind is under pressure. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he was secretly amazed. However, although this force was strong, to Lu Ming, it was like a spring breeze. He did not feel much. Stomp. Stomp. Lu Ming stepped up step by step. His body was straight, and he was as immovable as a mountain. Soon he stepped on the 100 Steps Jade Staircase. He realized that the further up he went, the greater the pressure he felt. However, this kind of pressure was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked faster and faster. One by one, he stepped on the Jade Staircase. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming climbed up the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. At the top of the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase was a platform. In front of the platform was a stone door. The stone door was open, and there was a flickering light. The scene behind the stone door could not be seen clearly. Behind the stone door was the second round of the test. After passing this round of the test, one would become a true Dtion Divine Guard. On the left side of the platform, there was a whirlpool. This was the teleportation gate. If he felt that he was not strong enough to pass the second round, he could leave through the vortex and be teleported to the corresponding location. If one wanted to give it a try, that was also possible. It was said that there wouldn't be any real danger. If one really reached a critical juncture, the Great Array would teleport one away to the area where the Empyrean Divine Guards were stationed. That would be considered a failure. At this time, in the Myriad Star City, there was a huge circular building that covered an area of several thousand acres. It could accommodate millions of people at the same time. This building was like a coliseum, football field. But it was divided into 4 areas by 2 intersecting light curtains. It was like a piece of cake that had been cut into 4 fan-shaped regions, namely the North, South, East, and West regions. The 4 regions did not meet each other as their vision was blocked by the light curtain. The Eastern region was divided into 5 levels according to their distribution. In the center of the fan was the first level, and there was a battle platform. The outer ring of the battle platform was the second level. There was a stone tablet with the words, Empyrean Divine Guards, written on it. Further out was the third level, and there was also a stone tablet with the words, Empyrean Divine Guards, written on it. Further out was the fourth level, and there was nothing written on it. Further out were rows of seats. This area was also the largest, just like the outermost ring of the cake. Now the seats were all filled with people. It was densely packed, and there was no telling how many people there were. Among these seats, there was a rather special spot. This spot was occupied by the leading elders of the various regions. The leading elder of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, Lucio, was sitting there. Beside him were the leading elders of the Thousand River Water region, Zhao Sui, and the leading elders of the Serene Devil Palace, Han Sun. Their eyes were fixed on the few levels of empty space below. Those areas were inscribed with mysterious inscription formations that led to the Dongming ancient battlefield. As long as someone climbed the 1,000 steps jade staircase and chose to walk into the vortex, they would be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. As for those who chose to continue the challenge but failed, they would also be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. This meant that they could only become an Empyrean Divine Guard. By the same logic, as long as one became an Empyrean Divine Guard, they would be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. As for those who did not even become an Empyrean Divine Guard, all those who failed would be teleported to the empty area of the 4th level. Hee Lucio, you don't have to stare so hard. It's useless even if you stare until your eyes explode. I reckon that everyone in the Cloud Emperor mountain range is dead. Not to mention becoming an Empyrean Divine Guard or an Empyrean Divine Guard. I'm afraid that only a few of them can come out alive. Beside him, the leading elder of the Thousand River Water region, Zhao Sui, suddenly said coldly. Lucio's face darkened, and he looked a little ugly. He said, Zhao Sui, they haven't come out yet, and no one knows what the result will be. Aren't you afraid that you will sprain your tongue by saying this? Sprain my tongue? Haha, what a joke. I'm speaking because I'm confident. Given the group of trash in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, unless they find a place to hide as soon as they enter, it's normal that they will all die. Zhao Sui laughed coldly. You. Lucio's face was unusually ugly. Zhao Sui, it's too early for you to say that. Every year, there will be geniuses from small regions who will join the Empyrean Divine Guards. Beside him, the leading elders of the other small regions spoke up for Lucio. Hee, a bunch of trash who only know how to comfort themselves. I think that Brother Zhao is right. It's better for the trash from small regions to die. They still want to compete with us and the other large regions for a spot in the Empyrean Divine Guard. They are really overestimating themselves. A faint voice sounded. It was the leading elder of the Serene Demon Palace, Han Sun. These words were a blatant disdain, and it made the leading elders of the other small regions turn ugly. Haha, Brother Han is right. Lucio, if you want to watch, then continue watching. I'm afraid that the more you watch, the more despair you will feel. Zhao Sui revealed a mocking smile. Someone is coming out. Suddenly someone shouted. In the empty area of the 4th level, people kept appearing and disappearing. Those who appeared all showed disappointment and unwillingness on their faces. Those who appeared in this area were considered to have failed and been completely eliminated. The leading elders did not show any change in their expressions. In every region, there would be a large number of people who would be eliminated. This was not surprising. What they were paying attention to was how many people appeared in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area and the Empyrean Divine Guard area. After a while, there was finally a fluctuation in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area, and a figure appeared. Haha, this is a genius from my region. I knew that this kid would become a Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard. One of the leading elders of the small region laughed excitedly. Next, people kept appearing in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area. Jiang Hongwen, Shangguan Yunyan. Suddenly, Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. In the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area, he saw Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan. Lu Xiu's face was filled with joy. Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan were ranked 3rd and 4th respectively on the Emperor Yin leaderboard. It was within his expectations that they could become Reserve Empyrean Divine Guards. However, there were always exceptions. He was really afraid that the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range had all died in the Dongming ancient battlefield. When he saw the two of them, he was naturally overjoyed. Haha, Zhao Sui. It seems that not a single Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard has appeared in your Thousand River domain. Chapter 420. Humph. Zhao Sui snorted and said with a gloomy face, "What's the hurry? It's still early. When the geniuses of the Qianjiang water zone appear, you'll be scared to death." "Oh, then I'll wait," Lu Xiu said with a faint smile. As time passed, more and more people appeared in the area reserved for the Dtian Divine Guards. However, Zhao Sui's face darkened. Only a few people appeared in the Qianjiang water zone. It was not much better than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. "Haha, Zhao Sui, there are so many of you. You scared me to death." Lu Xiu started to make sarcastic remarks. In the past, Zhao Sui would mock him from time to time. Now that he had the chance, Lu Xiu naturally retaliated. "Why are you in a hurry?" Zhao Sui said with a gloomy face. "Oh, Zhao Sui, the test for the Dtian Divine Guard should be over soon. I don't see many people. Do you think that all the geniuses in the Qianjiang water zone can become real Dtian Divine Guards?" Lu Xiu sneered. Kiki Zhao Sui gritted his teeth. However, he was also very anxious. He knew very well that there were at most a dozen people in the Qianjiang water zone who could become Dtian Divine Guards. There were still 40 to 50 people who could become Dtian Divine Guards. However, there were many people who had been eliminated. However, they were all useless. There were only a few people who could become Dtian Divine Guards. He was a little flustered, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Old Han Sun, the leader of the Serene Demon's Palace, also had a gloomy face. The situation in the Serene Demon's Palace was the same as the Qianjiang water zone. There were only a few people who could become Dtian Divine Guards. On the 1,000-step jade staircase in the test ground, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked toward the stone door. As soon as he walked in, the environment changed again. He found himself on a platform. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man with a long spear on his back. He stood there as straight as a mountain. "You, as long as you can defeat me, you can become a Dtian Divine Guard." The middle-aged man spoke with a cold and emotionless voice. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that this burly man was condensed from inscriptions. Boom. As the middle-aged man spoke, a powerful aura burst out from his body. Peak Martial Ancestor Realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He sighed inwardly at the difficulty of the Dtian Divine Guard assessment. In order to defeat an ordinary 9th-layer Martial Ancestor Realm expert, one's cultivation had to be at the peak of the 7th-layer Martial Ancestor Realm, and one's battle prowess had to surpass that of a 2nd-level genius. Of course, if one was a Battle 3 or Battle 4 genius, then their cultivation base could be lower. Only Jian Fengyan can achieve this level of difficulty in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Mr. Tianchi was already dead, and Jiang Hongwen's cultivation had yet to reach the peak of the 7th-layer Martial Ancestor Realm. Kill. Suddenly, the middle-aged man roared and became one with his spear. The long spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Lu Ming smiled. quickly condensing a long spear in his hand and thrusting it out. Whoosh! This spear was more than twice as fast as his opponent's. Bang! The spear pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's entire body exploded and dissipated into energy. A martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm was dealt with in one move. For the current Lu Ming, this was not difficult at all. Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked forward. In front of the platform, there was also a stone door. On the left side, there was also a whirlpool. As long as one gave up the challenge, they could leave the whirlpool and become an Empyrean Divine Guard. Entering through the stone door meant that one would continue to challenge. If one succeeded in the challenge, they would appear on the first level of the huge building in the Myriad Star City. There, the strongest experts would fight to determine the 4 heavenly divine guards. Lu Ming and the others were in the eastern region, so they were naturally the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. The building was divided into 4 parts, representing the East, South, West, and North Heavenly Divine Guards. Becoming a 4 Heavenly Divine Guard could be said to be the strongest among the younger generation in the entire Tianxian region. There were many benefits, and it was also the focus of half a year. Otherwise, there would not be so many people watching in the building. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped into the stone door. Buzz! Heaven and earth shook, and Lu Ming found himself in a secret room. There were more than a dozen stone carvings on the walls of the secret room, and each of them was a person practicing martial arts. This was a martial skill. Other than that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, a light flashed, and the figure of an old man condensed. Welcome to this challenge. This stage is to test your comprehension ability. Everyone will appear in a secret room, but the test for each person is different. There will be a martial skill that you are not good at, and you will have to comprehend it. As long as you can cultivate it successfully within half an hour, you will pass this stage. The old man explained as soon as he appeared. Fist skill? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Fist skill was indeed his weakness. Apart from the low-level fist art he had practiced at the beginning, he had not practiced any other fist art after that. This fist skill is a black class upper rank fist skill. As long as you can cultivate to the first level within half an hour, you will be able to see through the restriction. Start now. After the old man finished speaking, his figure disappeared. It was not easy to cultivate to the first level of a black class upper rank martial skill that he was not good at in half an hour. Immediately, Lu Ming looked at the stone carvings carefully and started to comprehend them. Time passed slowly. In the outside world, in a huge building in Myriad Star City, someone has become a Dtion Divine Guard. Suddenly, a light flashed in the area of the Dtion Divine Guards, and a figure appeared at the same time. Haha, it's a genius from the Golden Chamber region. An elder who led the team laughed heartily. The Golden Chamber region was a small region, and it was already good enough to have one person become a real Dtion Divine Guard. If there was one more person, it would be a breakthrough. Moreover, he was the first to become a Dtion Divine Guard. Although being the first to become a Dtion Divine Guard did not mean that he was stronger than the rest, and some people might want to challenge the next round. As more people became Dtion Divine Guards, more and more people became Dtion Divine Guards. Jian Fengyan. Suddenly Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. He saw Jian Fengyan in the area of the Dtion Divine Guards. Ha ha ha, you did not let me down. Lu Xiu laughed heartily. He knew the strength of the Cloud Emperor mountain range region. There was a high chance that Jian Fengyan would challenge the Dtion Divine Guards. As for Prince Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen, there was still hope, but not much hope. Now that Jian Fengyan had become a Dtion Divine Guard, he felt relieved. No matter how bad it was, at least one person would become a Dtion Divine Guard. In the previous batch of Cloud Emperor mountain range region, no one had become a Dtion Divine Guard. Chapter 421. On the other hand, Zhao Sui's face was as dark as charcoal. Until now, he had yet to see any of the geniuses from the Thousand River region in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards area. This made him have a bad premonition. This wasn't normal. It was too abnormal. Could it be that all the geniuses from the Thousand River region had passed the last round? That wasn't possible. He knew very well that even the strongest of the younger generation in the Thousand River region might not be able to pass the last round. He started to get anxious. Like Zhao Sui, the leader of the Serene Demons area, old Han Sun, also looked terrible. As time passed, fewer and fewer people appeared in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards area. Zhao Sui, why do you look so terrible? Don't be impatient. In my opinion, the geniuses from the Thousand River region must have gone to the last round. Furthermore, they must have passed the last round. It would be such an honorable thing for a group of them to appear in the first round of the battle. Lu Xiu said with a smile. Lu Xiu, shut up. Zhao Sui's eyes turned red. Lu Xiu was mocking him. How could so many people from the Thousand River region have passed the last round? Even if only one person had passed, he would laugh his head off. Haha, calm down, calm down. Lu Xiu laughed, which almost made Zhao Sui vomit blood. It seems that the geniuses from the Thousand River region have died in the battle. I wonder which powerful area did it. I really have to thank them. Lu Xiu thought to himself. Carefree. It was too carefree. Seeing Zhao Sui's expression, Lu Xiu felt extremely carefree. In the past, it had always been the other way around. Soon half an hour had passed. Many people could no longer sit still. How is that possible? Why are there so few geniuses from the Phoenix Lake? Where are the people from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range? Ah. Only 4 people from the Yangchuan Valley area have become Imperial Sky Divine Guards. Impossible. Loud roars could be heard. Half an hour had passed. Even if they had passed the next round, they should have failed and come out. However, they had yet to come out, which meant that they had most likely died in the Dongming ancient battlefield. Among them, the leaders of the Phoenix Lake, Yangchuan Valley, and Scarlet Flame Mountain Range area were the loudest. They were a super region, and had as many geniuses as there were clouds in the sky. At the very least, there would be 34 of them who could become Empyrean Divine Guards. But now there were only 2 or 3 Tom, Dick, and Harry. This meant that the geniuses of these regions had died in batches in the Dongming ancient battlefield. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The leading elders of some regions were beaming with joy. This was because many of their regions had succeeded, and some had even exceeded their expectations. This time around, there are already 820 DTON Divine Guards. It's a little more than the previous years. This generation is really full of geniuses. That's right. In the past, it would be considered good if there were 500 participants. Adding up the north, south, east, and west, it would be considered good if there were 2,000 participants. This time, it's going to be far more than that. Now let's see how many people can make it to the first stage. I estimate that there will be more than 12. On our side, there are 13 super regions. The strongest person from each super region should be able to reach the end. Not necessarily. Maybe there's a super dark horse? Just wait and see. Look, there are fluctuations coming from the battle platform of the first level. Someone has passed the last level and is about to appear. Who could it be? At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the battle platform at the bottom. Buzz. The space trembled, and a young figure appeared. This young man was wearing a blood-red robe. His face was pale and cold. He was Zongsheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Who is this person? He doesn't seem to be a genius from the 13 super regions. He's the first to pass the level. Could it be that he can suppress the geniuses from the super regions? Everyone was discussing. Especially the leading elders, they were all guessing. Haha, this person is the peerless genius of the Dragon Burial Abyss, Zongsheng. Suddenly a maniacal laugh was heard. What? Someone from the Dragon Burial Abyss? The Dragon Burial Abyss has appeared? I didn't expect such a genius to appear in the Dragon Burial Abyss. It's really shocking. The surrounding audience exclaimed. Below, on the battle platform, Zongsheng looked around when he appeared. When he found that he was alone, his face was filled with joy. Haha, this time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the 4 Heavenly Divine Guards will definitely be mine. Zongsheng roared in his heart. Someone else has appeared. Someone shouted. Another wave of energy appeared on the battle stage, and a silhouette appeared. Qiu Changkong. The second figure to appear was actually Qiu Changkong. Lu Xiu was stunned. Then his body trembled in excitement and he shouted. Haha, this is the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. the genius of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Lu Xiao never expected that someone would be able to reach the last level. Lu Xiao's roar caused an uproar. What? The genius of the Cloud Emperor mountain range? How is that possible? The Cloud Emperor mountain range is a godforsaken place. How can someone reach the last level? Don't lie to me. I don't believe it either. Everyone was talking about it. No, it's impossible. Zhao Sui shouted. He had seen Qiu Changkong before. At this moment, he really couldn't believe it. The moment Qiu Changkong appeared, he looked around and saw Zhang Sheng. He snorted coldly and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. How could he be faster than him? Zhang Sheng didn't back down and looked back coldly. At this moment, in a secret chamber in the assessment area, Lu Ming shouted and punched out continuously. Fist shadows were everywhere. Finally, with a bang, the fist force disappeared and Lu Ming withdrew his fist. In the next moment, the old man's figure appeared again. Congratulations! You've passed this stage to test your comprehension ability. Next, there's still the final stage. After speaking, the old man waved his hand, and the scene changed again. Lu Ming found himself on another platform. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man with a spear on his back. He looked exactly the same as the previous man. However, this time, the middle-aged man exuded a terrifying aura. It was several times stronger than before. Half-Step King. This time it was a Half-Step King. The peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 9th stage, and Half-Step King seemed to be only one step away. However, the gap was huge. If one had to talk about the gap, an ordinary Half-Step King was 2 levels higher than a peak Martial Ancestor Realm 9th stage martial artist. Yes, 2 levels higher. As long as you can defeat me, you pass. The middle-aged man said. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. This round was too difficult. He estimated that not many people would pass. At the very least, one had to be a peak Martial Ancestor Realm 8th stage martial artist. Moreover, one had to be a 4-battle genius to pass. Kill. Suddenly the middle-aged man roared. His long spear was like a dragon as it charged towards Lu Ming. Spear light shot out and enveloped Lu Ming's body. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Chapter 422. Boom. A terrifying power burst out as if it could shatter everything. The spear light was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. With a boom, the spear light exploded, and the surging energy surged forward. Pung. The middle-aged man's body cracked and turned into dust under the majestic attack of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. One move. With just one move, a Half-Step King level figure was killed by Lu Ming. Half a year ago, during the battle of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, a Half-Step King was an invincible existence to Lu Ming. They were the undisputed overlords of the Burning Sun Empire. But now, only half a year had passed, and Lu Ming could kill a Half-Step King in one move. Who would believe that? In the past half a year, Lu Ming's progress could be described as godly. The middle-aged man collapsed and disappeared into energy. Then the platform glowed, and a black vortex formed. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a fighting ring. The other directions of the fighting stage were blocked by a light screen. Only the east side had a fan-shaped spectator stand full of people. At this time, Lu Xiao, who was sitting in the area where the captains were sitting, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the fighting ring below. Then his body began to tremble, and even his breathing became heavy. Hey Lu Xiao, what's wrong with you? Why are you trembling? Don't tell me you've gone mad. Seeing Lu Xiao's appearance, the leader of a small area asked in confusion. No. I saw another person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range pass the last round. I was excited. Lu Xiao stammered. Good. The leader nodded. The next moment, he seemed to have realized something. His eyes widened as he looked at Lu Xiao in disbelief. What? What did you say? Another person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range passed the last round? Are you kidding? How is that possible? His eyes were full of disbelief. It's true. Although I'm also surprised, it's true. Lu Xiao's voice was trembling. In truth, even he found it hard to believe and wondered if he was dreaming. Lu Xiao's words naturally entered the ears of the people around him, but most of them shook their heads, half believing and half doubting. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was so small. How could two people pass the last test? It never happened. Occasionally, it was possible for a person to pass through a small area. It had happened before in history. One had to know that in most of the super large areas, only one person would pass through. Sometimes, no one would pass through. However, there was one person who was an exception, and that was the leading elder of the Thousand River region, Zhao Sui. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Others might not have seen Lu Ming, but he had. He knew that Lu Ming was from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, there were actually two people who had passed the last round. As for the Thousand River water region, there were only one or two people who had become Dtion divine guards. Those geniuses who were ranked at the top were all gone. Comparing the two, the Thousand River water region was simply too miserable, too horrible to look at. How could this be? How could this be? Zhao Sui kept growling, and his eyes were red. He found it hard to accept this fact. Until now, those geniuses in the Thousand River water region had not appeared. He knew that most of them had fallen. In the area where the Dtion divine guards were prepared, Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan opened their eyes wide. Lu Ming. It's actually Lu Ming. He also passed the last round? How could this be? Jiang Hongwen shouted in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, he almost rubbed his eyes until they bled, and the person he saw was still Lu Ming. So Lu Ming is actually so strong. No wonder Jian Fingyun's attitude towards him is so good. I'm so stupid. I should have known. Jiang Hongwen muttered. He recalled that before entering the assessment ground, he had advised Lu Ming to hide as far away as possible when he saw Qiu Changkong. He felt his face burning. Lu Ming's strength was probably not much weaker than Qiu Changkong's. He might even be a genius of the same level. Especially when he recalled that his attitude towards Lu Ming was not that good. He felt uneasy. He wanted to give himself a slap. If Lu Ming held a grudge against him, he would have a hard time in the future. In the Dtion Divine Guards area, Jian Fengyun smiled. He was not surprised that Lu Ming could pass the last round. Of course, Lu Ming did not know what these people were thinking. He looked around and sized up his surroundings. He realized that there were already 7 to 8 people on the platform. Brat, it's you? You're not dead? Suddenly, a cold voice with a hint of disbelief sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and a cold smile appeared on his face. The person who spoke was Zhongsheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. At this moment, Zhongsheng was looking at him with a face full of killing intent. How could I die when you're not dead? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Zhongsheng's eyes flickered and he said coldly, Good, very good. Although I don't know what method you used to escape, you shouldn't have rushed here this time. Hehe, I hope you don't meet me. Otherwise, I'll suck all the blood in your body dry. Is that so? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming. At this moment, a low roar sounded from the other side. Lu Ming looked over, and killing intent burst out from his eyes. Qiu Changkong. To be honest, Lu Ming did not expect Qiu Changkong to appear here. It seems like it has something to do with his master. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that not only did you not die in the Dongming ancient battlefield, but you also managed to make it here. This is really out of my expectations. But this is good too. It saves me the trouble of looking for your old fogey father. I'll just kill you directly. Qiu Changkong stared at Lu Ming and said with killing intent. Very well. Let's settle our grudges once and for all. Lu Ming's killing intent was also extremely strong. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras rose into the air and confronted each other. Before the final battle began, Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, and Zhongsheng had already clashed. The battle hasn't started yet. No one is allowed to attack. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the sky and a figure appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man with a monstrous aura. His aura was extremely hot, and he stood in the sky like a sun, causing the sky to distort. A terrifying and boundless pressure spread out from his body. Chapter 423. He's the guardian of the Hall of Fire of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Someone exclaimed as they recognized the burly man. What? The guardian of the Hall of Fire of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? Everyone was shocked. The guardian of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was an extremely powerful figure with the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. In the eastern part of the Tianxian domain, he was definitely a famous figure. Of course, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace wasn't the main palace, but the eastern branch of the Tianxian domain. On the battle stage, Zhang Sheng and Qiu Changkong snorted as they withdrew their auras. Lu Ming sneered as he withdrew his aura. Buzz. At this moment, the space trembled slightly as a figure with a long sword on his back appeared. Xianfeng from the ancient Desolation City. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Lu Ming did not see Xianfeng's corpse in the underground cave of the Dragon's Denver. As expected, Xianfeng was still alive. With Xianfeng's combat strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the final stage. Humph. A cold voice resounded as Zhongxing looked at Xianfeng with a sinister gaze. Clang. A sword chime resounded as Xianfeng emitted a powerful sword aura. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Zhongsheng. Hehe, all of you have appeared. All right, let's settle this once and for all. Zhongxing sneered. Xianfeng also saw the guardian of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in the sky. He withdrew his aura and walked to the side. The spectators on the spectator stand were extremely excited. The stronger the smell of gunpowder between the geniuses, the more excited they were because the upcoming battle would be even more intense. The battle stage quietened down as time passed slowly. On the battle stage, the space trembled from time to time as people appeared. Soon, the number of people increased to more than a dozen. Half an hour later, no one else appeared. All right, time's up. There are no more participants in the assessment ground. The guardian of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace announced in the sky. No, how is this possible? Why are there so few geniuses from the Phoenix Lake? Where is Huang Qixuan? Where did he go? Sunspring Valley as well. Where is Sun Chu? Protector, is there a mistake? My Scarlet Flame Mountain Range's Bufifan is a peerless genius. He will definitely make it to the final stage. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Phoenix Lake, Yangchuan Valley, Scarlet Flame Mountain Range, and even the elders of another super region all cried out in disbelief. What are you shouting for? If you don't show up, it means that you died inside. It means that you don't have enough talent and luck. What's so strange about that? The middle-aged protector scolded as he looked coldly at the elders who were leading the teams. The several captains immediately kept quiet out of fear, shivering all over, not daring to say a word. All right, the previous assessment is over. Now, we will proceed to the final showdown. The purpose of this showdown is to determine the final 4 divine guards of the Eastern Sky. What are the Eastern Sky divine guards? I'm sure you all are clear about it. Here, I'll be long-winded again. When you were teleported into the Eastern Dark Ancient Battlefield, you were automatically distributed to the 4 directions of the battlefield. The Eastern Sky, Western Sky, Eastern Sky, and Western Sky. Your group belongs to the Eastern Sky. Therefore, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards are the strongest. The 4 Heavenly Divine Guards represent the 4 strongest experts in this batch of Eastern Sky Divine Guards. There will be generous rewards. The middle-aged protector explained in detail. Everyone nodded. Many of them already knew about this point. Therefore, in this showdown, the 2nd and 3rd place are not important. The most important thing is the 1st place. I'll say it again. The most important thing is the 1st place. The middle-aged protector said loudly, his voice spreading throughout the region. On the platform, all the youth's eyes lit up, and their bodies emitted a strong fighting spirit. On the platform, there were a total of 17 young men and women. Each of them was a genius among geniuses. Each of them possessed rare talent. They had absolute confidence in themselves, confident that they were stronger than others. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards are mine. A deep voice sounded, coming from a tall and burly young man. This person was more than 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body as if he was cast in steel. Tai Quanzhong, it's fine that you're the overlord of Iron Peak. But now you want to take the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? You're dreaming. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards belong to me, a blue-haired beautiful woman said in a very domineering manner. Haha, Ao Feishuan, I think you'd better go home and give birth to a child. You want to take the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? The burly young man sneered. What did you say? The blue-haired beauty Ao Feishuan glared at him. A group of trash wants to take the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? You're daydreaming. Zhongsheng curled his lips and sneered. Arrogant. You're courting death. Zhongsheng's words aroused the anger of the crowd. More than 10 young experts looked at Zhongsheng with murderous intent. Zhongsheng smiled faintly, not caring at all. Enough. At this time, the middle-aged protector spoke. Everyone shut their mouths. Here's a jade token. Take it. The middle-aged protector waved his hand, and 17 jade tokens flew out, one for each person. Everyone took the jade tokens in their hands. Now engrave your information on the jade token. Wait a moment, I'll use this jade token to draw lots. The middle-aged man ordered. Everyone's mind moved, and they engraved their information on the jade token. Then, they returned it to the middle-aged protector one by one. The middle-aged protector took a look at the jade token, and began to read. This time, a total of 17 people passed the last round. They are Zhongsheng from Dragon Burial Abyss, Qiu Changkong from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Tai Quanzhong from Iron Peak, Lu Ming from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Ao Feishuan from Jade Wave Lake. The middle-aged man read out the names one by one. In a few moments, all 17 names had been read out. As the middle-aged man's voice fell, the crowd burst into an uproar. Wait, did I hear it wrong? I heard 2 people from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? That remote place? You didn't hear it wrong, I heard it too. This is too fucking weird. There are 2 people from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range who passed the last round. Is the sun rising from the west? The small Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is really crazy this time. The audience in the stands were in a heated discussion, and they were shocked. As for the elders from the various regions, they were all dumbfounded. There were really 2 people from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range who passed the last round. Previously, they thought Lu Xiao was talking nonsense. They didn't expect it to be true. This was really unbelievable. At this moment, Lu Xiao was trembling with excitement. The small Cloud Emperor Mountain Range had produced 2 such geniuses. This time, his reward would definitely be amazing. Brother Lu, when you become successful in the future, don't forget about me. Brother Lu, after this selection, I'll treat you to a meal at Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Brother Lu, you must come. Immediately, some of the other elders beside Lu Xiao, and even some elders from bigger regions, expressed their goodwill to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was so excited that he was about to burst into laughter. Chapter 424. Lu Xiao was about to burst out laughing. It felt so good. In the past, he was just a small elder in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. He was at the bottom of the hierarchy and was ridiculed. However, the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was weak, and no one from the previous batch had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. This made him less and less valued. He had also dreamed that the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range would produce a few peerless geniuses, whose names would shake the world and make him proud and elated. However, he knew that it was just a dream and it was impossible. Now all of this had happened. How could he not be excited? Those who had looked down on him in the past had come to befriend him. Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, it's all thanks to you. Lu Xiao sighed and looked at the 2 youths in the fighting ring. He was especially surprised by Lu Ming. He vaguely knew that Qiu Changkong had a backer in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was still acceptable that Lu Ming could achieve such results. However, Lu Ming was completely alone. He did not have any backing. He had relied on his own efforts to reach this stage. This was what he valued more. Everyone was discussing, but most of them were talking about Lu Ming and Qiu Changkong. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? On the fighting ring, some of the other geniuses looked at Lu Ming and Qiu Changkong, their eyes flashing with surprise. Qiu Changkong's lips curled up, and he did not hide the pride on his face. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stood quietly by the side. Silence. The middle-aged guardian spoke, and the crowd quieted down. Now, I will announce the rules of the duel. The rules are simple. You will draw lots and fight one-on-one. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated until the strongest person is determined. During the battle, you are not allowed to take any elixirs or use any battle beasts. However, there is one rule, and that is that you are not allowed to kill your opponent. The middle-aged guardian announced. Not allowed to kill my opponent? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that it was a pity. If he encountered Qiu Changkong, he would have to escape with his life again. Hehe, Lu Ming, right? You are lucky. Zhongxing chuckled. You're the lucky one, Lu Ming said. Really? Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because I can't kill you. I can still cripple you, Zhongxing said in a cold voice. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. On the other side, Qiu Changkong sneered. All right. Now, I have engraved 16 numbers on these 17 jade plates. They are respectively number 1 to number 16. There is one more jade plate that is not in use. All of you will draw lots respectively. The one who draws number 1 will fight against number 16. Number 2 will fight against number 15. Number 3 will fight against number 14, and so on. The one who draws an empty number will directly advance to the next round. The middle-aged man said. After saying that, he waved his hand, and 17 jade tokens floated in the air, emitting a hazy light that covered the numbers on them. I'll go first. Zhongxing smiled coldly and reached out with his hand. A powerful suction force appeared and grabbed the jade token in his hand. Following that, the others followed suit and reached out their hands to grab a jade pendant. Lu Ming also grabbed a jade token. He held the jade token in his hand and injected his true qi. A number appeared on the jade token. No, it wasn't a number. It was a word. Empty. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. He actually drew an empty number in the first round. All right, tell me the numbers you've drawn. The middle-aged man said. I'm number 16. Zhongxing walked out first and flipped open his jade token. There was a number on it, 16. I'm number 3. Qiu Changkong walked out and flipped open his jade token. It was number 3. I'm number 5. I'm number 6. The youths flipped open their jade tokens one by one. Soon, they flipped open their jade tokens from number 1 to number 16. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Since he already had numbers from number 1 to 16, wouldn't the remaining jade tokens be empty? Lu Ming smiled slightly and flipped open his jade token. The word empty was written on it. As expected, he got an empty number. This kid's luck is really good. His luck is good, but it's useless. In the end, it still depends on his strength. If he doesn't have the strength, he'll be miserable if he encounters an expert in the next round. That's true. Everyone on the spectator stand was discussing. Kid, you're lucky. Zhongxing glanced coldly at Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming didn't even bother to look at him and directly ignored him. This was a mad dog. There was no point in talking too much. When the time was right, he would beat him until even his mother couldn't recognize him. Now the battle begins. Number 1 against number 16. The rest of you, retreat to the side. The middle-aged man announced. Lu Ming and the others retreated to the side. Only Zhongxing and a young man in a brocade robe were left. Zhongxing's face revealed a sinister smile. He stared at the young man in a brocade robe and said, Kid, I advise you to admit defeat quickly. Otherwise, you'll suffer later. He admit defeat? There's no such word in my dictionary. I've been annoyed by your arrogance for a long time. I hope your strength won't disappoint me. The young man in a brocade robe smiled proudly. You'll regret it soon. Zhongxing sneered. The atmosphere was already tense before the battle even started. On the spectator stands, everyone was also discussing animatedly, expressing their own opinions. That's the strongest genius from the Yushu Plain, Yu Zhangfei. Who do you think will win? I think it'll be Zhongxing from the Dragon Burial Abyss. He's the first person to pass the stage and appear here. I don't think so. The first person to pass the stage doesn't necessarily mean that he's the strongest. That's true. Boom. Boom. Just as everyone was discussing, 2 powerful auras burst out. Then 2 figures rushed toward each other like lightning. Jade Cutting Palm. Blood Dragon Claw. Boom. A loud explosion was heard, and a terrifying airwave swept out. Blood-red and jade-green light erupted and filled the entire fighting ring. Bang! In the next moment, a scream was heard. A figure flew backward like a cannonball and vomited blood in the air. It was the young man in a brocade robe from the Yushu Plain, Yu Zhangfei. Many people widened their eyes in shock. Yu Zhangfei, the strongest genius from the Yushu Plain region, was sent flying with a single blow and vomited blood. How could this be? Judging from the aura that Yu Zhangfei had just released, he was definitely at the peak of martial ancestor realm 8. Moreover, he was a battle 4 genius. How could such an expert be sent flying with a single blow from Zhangsheng? How terrifying was Zhangsheng? Haha, I thought you were strong. Turns out you're just trash. Now I'll show you how powerful I am. Zhangsheng sneered. Then his body moved and appeared above Yu Zhangfei like a ghost. He stared at Yu Zhangfei coldly. Back off. Yu Zhangfei was shocked. He used all his strength and threw out 7 palm strikes. The palm strikes were crystal clear like jade. Chapter 425. Bang. Yu Changkong's entire body slammed heavily onto the battle stage, causing the entire battle stage to rumble. Yu Changkong vomited mouthfuls of blood. Trash, trash. How dare you be so arrogant? You're courting death. Zhangsheng sneered. Then he kicked Yu Zhangfei's head. Yu Zhangfei's body flew out like a broken gunny sack and fell off the fighting ring. He fainted after falling down from the fighting ring. Bang! An old man rose from the spectator stand and yelled furiously. Zhangsheng, aren't you being too cruel? Yu Changfei has obviously been defeated, yet you're still beating him up. You're breaking the rules. The old man was the leading elder of the Hollow Jade tribe. Old man, what are you yelling for? I didn't kill him. How is this breaking the rules? Zhangsheng said with a cold smile. You. The leading elder of the Hollow Jade tribe blushed as he glanced at the middle-aged custodian and said, Custodian, is this considered breaking the rules? He's not dead yet, so it doesn't count. The middle-aged custodian's simple answer stunned the leading elder of the Hollow Jade tribe. He then sat down with a pale face. Zhangsheng laughed proudly. This Zhangsheng is indeed terrifying. As expected of the first genius to have a breakthrough. His cultivation has definitely reached the 9th layer martial ancestor realm. And it's not as simple as the early stage or middle stage martial ancestor realm. He didn't even use his full strength. The crowd discussed. The other geniuses around the fighting ring glanced at Zhangsheng with stern looks. Zhangsheng's strength gave them great pressure. This Zhangsheng's improvement must be related to the blood of Bufifan and the other geniuses. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Previously at the Dragon's Cave, Zhangsheng's strength should be on par with Huang Qixuan, Bufifan, and Yu Changfei's. However, he was now much stronger than before. No wonder he was so arrogant. Zhangsheng wins this round at the Dragon Burial Abyss. Let the next round begin. The middle-aged custodian announced. Zhangsheng walked to the side of the fighting ring. 2 figures appeared at the center of the fighting ring with a flicker. This time, it was still 2 geniuses from the super districts, a man and a woman. However, their cultivations were slightly stronger than Yu Changfei's. The reason being that their cultivations had both broken through to the early stage of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, and they were both battle 4 geniuses. The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle, using all sorts of ultimate moves and killing moves, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. The 2 of them fought for more than 200 moves before the woman won by a fluke. Then the 3rd battle began. In this battle, Xiao Changkong went up and his opponent was actually Tai Quanzhong from the Iron Peak region. Tai Quanzhong's body was more than 2 meters tall. His muscles were like steel and filled with power. He gave off a feeling of invincibility. Brat, are you from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? Hee, to be able to walk out of that small place and reach this step is already not bad. However, it will end here. Tai Quanzhong said contemptuously. You're still far from it. Xiao Changkong was extremely confident. Really? I'll beat you into a pig's head. Boom. Tai Quanzhong took a step forward like a wild beast, causing the entire battle stage to rumble. The muscles on his body swelled, and a terrifying aura spread out. The early stage of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. This was Tai Quanzhong's cultivation. Iron crushing fist. Boom. Tai Quanzhong roared and punched out. A terrifying fist force violently blasted towards Qiu Changkong. Thunder sword slash! Qiu Changkong shouted. In the next moment, crimson lightning flashed on his body. The crimson lightning violently slashed out with his combat sword, forming a crimson lightning sword. Boom! The crimson lightning sword and Tai Quanzhong's fist collided. In the next moment, bang! 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 Tai Quanzhong's body trembled and his expression changed drastically. He took 9 steps back, and with each step, the entire battle stage rumbled. Tai Quanzhong was at a disadvantage in this move. The spectators were shocked. They did not expect Qiu Changkong to be so strong. Damn it! Tai Quanzhong roared. In the next moment, a huge crocodile appeared above his head. This crocodile was more than 20 meters long, and was covered with iron armor. This was the armored demonic crocodile, a powerful beast that was extremely ferocious and could compete with a dragon. There were 6 silver chakras around the armored demonic crocodile. Roar! The armored demonic crocodile roared and charged into Tai Quanzhong's body. Suddenly, Tai Quanzhong's already very tall and sturdy body swelled up again, and his aura became even stronger. Bloodline? Do you think you're the only one who has it? Qiu Changkong sneered. In the next moment, a crimson lightning ball appeared above his head. Sizzle! The crimson lightning ball sizzled, and lightning surrounded it, emitting a terrifying aura. This is the Crimson Flame Profound Bomb. Someone exclaimed as they recognized this lightning. There was no doubt that this was a special bloodline, and it was a natural type bloodline. The same type of bloodline was actually divided into many types. For example, the Fire Bloodline, Ice Bloodline, and Thunder Bloodline were divided into many smaller types. Some were strong, and some were weak. The Crimson Flame Profound Bomb was considered strong among the Thunder Bloodlines. Around the Thunder Bloodline, there were 6 silver chakras shining. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was the first time he saw Qiu Changkong's bloodline. Qiu Changkong's second bloodline was also a level 6 king class. No wonder the other geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire couldn't be compared to him. Qiu Changkong unleashed his bloodline, and his aura became stronger. His body was covered with the power of lightning. Thunder Sword Annihilation. Swoosh! A thunder sword instantly pierced through the void and slashed towards Tai Quanzhong. Tai Quanzhong roared, and his body shook. He was like a steel giant, and he charged towards Qiu Changkong. Boom! There was another deafening explosion, and Tai Quanzhong cried out in pain. His huge body flew far away, and he fell to the ground. His steel-like body was covered with lightning, and it was also covered with blood vessels. Defeated. Tai Quanzhong was defeated. He couldn't even fight back in front of Qiu Changkong. Countless people were shocked. This young man from the Cloud Emperor mountain range was so terrifying. On the spectator stand, Lu Xiu was trembling with excitement. The 2 geniuses from the Cloud Emperor mountain range had both entered the second round. This was unbelievable. Although Lu Ming had entered the second round by luck, it was still the second round, wasn't it? At the edge of the fighting stage, Zhang Sheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Qiu Changkong with a serious expression. What a powerful aura. No, it can't be called aura anymore. It contains a trace of intent. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Qiu Changkong have during this period? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qiu Changkong's cultivation was only at the early level 9 martial ancestor realm, but his aura was extremely powerful. Lu Ming felt that his aura contained a trace of intent. This was something that only a half-step king could grasp. Interesting, interesting. Lu Ming muttered, and his battle intent surged. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Qiu Changkong wins. The middle-aged man announced. Chapter 426. Next, number 4 versus number 13. The middle-aged custodian announced. 2 more peerless geniuses were sent onto the stage. Without further ado, the battle began. Both of them were geniuses who had won 4 battles, but one of them had reached the early stage of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, while the other was still at the peak 8th layer martial ancestor realm. Naturally, the 9th layer martial ancestor realm geniuses had an absolute advantage and defeated their opponents. The battles continued as the geniuses stepped forward one after another. Lu Ming discovered that some of the geniuses possessed outstanding cultivations. One of them had reached the late stage of the 9th-layer martial ancestor realm, while the other had reached the mid-stage of the 9th-layer martial ancestor realm. Xianfeng was sent onto the stage too. His cultivation had improved tremendously as well, reaching the mid-stage of the 9th-layer martial ancestor realm, allowing him to enter the second round with an absolute advantage. 2 hours later, the 8 pairs of geniuses had finished their battles. The 8 geniuses who had entered the second round had all appeared. Of course, including Lu Ming, who had received a bye, there were 9 of them in total. The remaining 8 geniuses were thus eliminated. The middle-aged enforcer took their jade tablets back, leaving only the jade tablets numbered 1 to 8, and of course, the jade tablet with the free pass. The middle-aged custodian waved his hand and emitted his qi, which encapsulated the 9 badges and erased all traces on them. This was to prevent anyone from tampering with the badges and leaving their auras or marks. Following this, the 9 badges floated in the air while emitting a faint glow. The rules are the same as before. There are 8 badges numbered 1 to 8. Draw lots to determine your opponent. Number 1 against number 8, number 2 against number 7, and so on. The one who draws the Bai Jade badge will proceed to the next round. The middle-aged custodian announced. I'll go first. Zhang Sheng was still extremely confident. He waved his hand and summoned a badge into his hand. Following this, Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, Xianfeng, and the others each drew a badge. Who will draw the Bai Jade badge this time? In the spectator seats, everyone's eyes were bright, and they were very curious. Although the winner of the Bai Jade badge might not necessarily secure the throne of the divine guards of the eastern sky, it would greatly reduce the consumption of qi and stamina, making the next round easier. On the stage, the crowd checked their badges. Lu Ming also flipped the jade token to take a look. He was instantly stunned at one glance. By another Bai. Lu Ming actually drew the Bai Jade card again. My luck is too good. I've drawn the Bai Jade token twice in a row. Lu Ming mumbled, somewhat speechless. To be honest, if he could, he really did not want to get the Bai Jade token. If he always got the Bai, how could he torture Qiu Changkong? Now give me your numbers. The middle-aged man said. I'm number 6. Zhang Sheng was the first to speak. I'm number 5. Qiu Changkong said. I'm number 1. I'm number 3. The remaining people reported their numbers one by one. As the number of people decreased, there were only 2 people left. One was Lu Ming, and the other was a fatty with big eyes. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 of them. There are only 2 people left. That Lu Ming hasn't reported his number yet. Could it be that he's going to get a bye again? That shouldn't be possible. How could he draw the empty round card twice in a row? I'm number 8. While everyone was discussing, the fatty with big eyes opened the jade token. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated gaze, and reported his number loudly. Immediately, swish swish, countless gazes fell on Lu Ming. Nest, it's him again. It's actually him again. It's really him. How is this possible? Did he run into dogshit luck? He really ran into dogshit luck. After drawing the Bai Jade token, he directly entered the 3rd round. The audience was in an uproar as they discussed animatedly. In the elders area, Lu Xiu was also a little stunned. How could this be? Didn't Lu Ming directly enter the 3rd round? Countless envious gazes fell on Lu Xiu. If Lu Ming's luck was good, didn't that mean Lu Xiu's luck was good as well? Although it was impossible for Lu Ming to obtain the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, the higher his ranking, the higher Lu Xiu's reward would be. How could they not be jealous? Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the rest were dumbfounded. Even the middle-aged law enforcer looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, rubbed his nose, and opened his jade token. He said helplessly, I got the Bai Jade token. As expected. It's him again. Everyone roared in their hearts. All right, now that the drawing of lots is over, the battle begins, number 1 against number 8. The middle-aged law enforcer announced. 2 figures walked to the center. One of them was the big-eyed fatty, and the other was Xianfeng. The others walked to the edge of the stage. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. However, it's useless to rely on luck. In the end, you still have to rely on your abilities. The higher you climb with luck now, the worse you'll fall in the future without any abilities. Chiu Changkong walked past Lu Ming and said coldly, "Is that so? Let me tell you. I got the Bai Jade token because your luck is good. I'll let you be rampant for a few more rounds." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Humph, you're good at talking." Killing intent flashed across Chiu Changkong's eyes. He walked to the side and did not say anything else. "Chiu Changkong, I hope you can walk to the end. Otherwise, how can I beat you?" Lu Ming thought to himself. Boom. A great battle broke out in the center of the stage. Yuan Feng sword art. Gallop of the barbarian statue. Two loud shouts were heard. Xianfeng's sword chi swept across the sky, as if it could cut the sky. It was extremely terrifying. As for the big-eyed fatty, his combat strength was also very strong. He was like a giant barbarian statue, charging around and destroying Xianfeng's sword chi. The two of them exchanged 50 to 60 blows. In the end, Xianfeng's cultivation was higher, while the big-eyed fatty was only at the early stage of martial ancestor realm 9. He could not defeat Xianfeng and lost. Xianfeng entered the third round. The spectators could not help but sigh. The geniuses from the ancient desolate city were indeed powerful. They were the best in the entire eastern Tianxian region. The battle continued. Soon it was Chiu Changkong's turn. His opponent was a middle-stage martial ancestor realm 9 genius, whose cultivation was higher than Chiu Changkong's. But surprisingly, he was still no match for Chiu Changkong. Chiu Changkong defeated his opponent in a crushing manner. Intent realm. That's intent realm. Chiu Changkong has actually comprehended a trace of thunder intent realm. No wonder he's so powerful. Genius, he's really a genius. As long as his cultivation reaches the peak of martial ancestor realm 9, he'll be a half-step king. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard will most likely be him. There were many experts in the spectators, and many of them were half-step kings. Naturally, they saw through the secret. "Lu Ming, do you see the gap between us? Do you feel despair?" Chiu Changkong walked to the side and another voice entered Lu Ming's ears. "Idiot." Lu Ming curled his lips and ignored it. "You." Chiu Changkong felt as if he had punched the air. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Next, it was Zongxing's turn. Chapter 427. Zongxing placed his hands behind his back and walked to the side in a domineering manner. He glanced at Chiu Changkong with a murderous gaze. As for Lu Ming, he completely ignored him. A guy who only relied on his luck was not worthy of his attention. After Zongxing, it was time for the final round. There was not much suspense in this round. One was a late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius, while the other was an early-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius. Both of them had experienced 4 battles. Thus it was difficult for them to turn the tables when their cultivations were weaker. After exchanging over 20 blows, the late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius emerged victorious. The late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius was called Song Yan. He was a genius from a huge region with a cold expression. At this moment, the 5 geniuses entering the third round were born. They were Zongxing, Chiu Changkong, Xianfeng, Song Yan, and Lu Ming. That being said, Lu Ming was completely ignored by the crowd. Until now, Lu Ming had yet to make a move. In the crowd's opinion, he was only lucky. This time, the East Sky Divine Guards would be chosen among the 5 geniuses. Most of the crowd had high hopes for Zongxing and Chiu Changkong. Now let's proceed with the last draw. The rules are the same, number 1 to 4. The last one will be given a bye. The middle-aged judge announced. Following this, the judge erased the auras from the badges and placed the 5 badges in the air. This time, Lu Ming decided not to make a move. He stood there and waited. Zongxing, Chiu Changkong, and the others each chose a badge. Only the last badge was left, which Lu Ming kept. I wonder who will get the bye badge this time. No matter who it is, I bet it won't be Lu Ming. If he manages to get the bye badge, I'll take off my clothes and run around here. So cruel. Exactly, because I don't believe there's anyone with such good luck in this world. A variety of voices could be heard from the crowd. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming flipped his badge over and glanced at it. His face was filled with a strange expression. By badge, he had drawn the by badge again. Even Lu Ming's lips were trembling when he drew the empty round card for the third time. Report your numbers. The middle-aged man said. Number 1. Zongsheng opened the jade tablet. I'm number 2. Qiuwuyang opened the jade token. I'm number 4. Song Yan said. In the end, Xianfeng gave Lu Ming a strange look, opened the jade tag and said, I'm number 3. Silence. When Xianfeng flipped open the jade token, the entire place went silent. Everyone was silent as they stared blankly at Lu Ming. Then their eyes widened. A moment later, an earth-shattering clamor rang out. Nest, 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 it's him again, it's him again, it's him again. This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? He got the buy card again, and directly entered the top 3. He entered the top 3 without even fighting. This is really blinding. This is too unfair. Some people were already speaking incoherently. Hey, what did you say just now? If Lu Ming draws the buy card again, you should strip naked and run away on the spot. Now hurry up. What? What? What did you say? Why can't I hear you? Oh no, I'm suddenly deaf. No, I have to find an inscription master to take a look. The wretched man who threatened to strip naked pretended to be dumb, and found an excuse to slip away. Nest, this guy is so shameless. He didn't keep his word. Someone cursed. In short, the entire place was in chaos. As for Lu Xiu, Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the rest, they were completely petrified. They were tongue-tied and didn't know what to say. As for the middle-aged man from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, his eyelids were twitching non-stop. However, no one noticed that Lu Ming was also sighing and opening the jade token slowly and helplessly. The word buy was clearly written. I object, this is unfair. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. In an instant, all the voices disappeared. The entire place became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Everyone's eyes were focused on the person who had shouted. The person who shouted that it was unfair was actually Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming. Everyone was in a mess. Big brother, you're the one who drew the buy card, and you're the one who drew the buy card again and again. Now you're actually shouting that it's unfair? If this was unfair, wouldn't the others vomit blood? Even Zongsheng, Qiu Changkong, and the rest couldn't stop their mouths from twitching. They were completely dumbfounded by Lu Ming. How is it unfair? The middle-aged man took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked. The others can fight and have their own opponents, but I don't. Every time, I have to watch others fight. It's so boring. It's unfair. Lu Ming shouted. He did think so in his heart. What the hell was he doing? If Qiu Changkong was defeated by others, how could he torture him? How could he avenge Lu Yintian? The others didn't know what he was thinking. In an instant, the entire place burst into an uproar. Nestle, this guy is too despicable. He's simply taking advantage of others. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Heavens, earth, send down a bolt of lightning and strike him to death. The place was in an uproar. Others couldn't even draw the buy card even if they wanted to. Yet he got it every time and even felt uncomfortable about it. Protector, why don't I exchange with someone else? Xianfeng, it's him. I'll exchange with him. Lu Ming said. Xianfeng's opponent happened to be Qiu Changkong. No, this is the rule of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The rules can't be ignored. Since you've drawn the buy card, you'll get the buy card. The middle-aged man said while gritting his teeth. He had never mentioned the rules of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Because of this. I see. Sigh, alright then. Lu Ming sighed and walked to the platform. With a wave of his hand, he actually took out a chair and sat down. He stared at the center of the platform in a daze. He had a look of reluctance and helplessness on his face. Seeing this scene, everyone gritted their teeth. Even Jian Fengyun and the others felt the same. They couldn't wait to slash Lu Ming with their swords. He was really too hateful. The middle-aged man's eyelids suddenly twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and coughed dryly a few times before saying, silence. Only then did the place slowly quiet down. Alright, next, the battle begins. Number 1, Zongsheng, versus number 4, Song Yan. The middle-aged man announced. Qiu Changkong and Xianfeng walked to the side, leaving only Zongsheng and Song Yan in the center of the platform. Song Yan, right? Hurry up and admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Zhongsheng looked at Song Yan with contempt. Shameless boasting. Zhongsheng, although you're strong, I'm not afraid of you. This time, I'm determined to get the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Song Yan held his battle saber, and his saber aura soared into the sky. With just you? You want to get the Eastern Sky Divine Guard? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Since that's the case, I'll show you the gap between us. Boom. Chapter 428. Zhongshou's aura burst out, and his essence surged like a smoke signal. His body was covered with powerful genuine qi, and the genuine qi flowed like liquid. Such terrifying genuine qi. He is at the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 9. Zhongshou has reached the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 9. Terrifying. It seems that no one is his match. Perhaps only Qiu Changkong, who has comprehended a bit of the intent realm, has a chance. Zhongshou's full strength burst out and caused a commotion. Many people were shocked. Previously, Zhongshou had not used his full strength and no one knew his true cultivation level. Now that he had used his full strength, it was shocking. Song Yan also had a serious look in his eyes. Boundless saber. Song Yan shouted. Clang. Above his head, 8 huge sabers appeared. The sabers were engraved with boundless mountains. It was a marvelous sight. Moreover, the sabers were surrounded by 6 chakras. That was Song Yan's bloodline. It was a special bloodline. So what if you have a special bloodline? Come out, blood dragon. Zhongshou roared. There was a flash of crimson light above his head, and a huge crimson dragon appeared. It was also a level 6 imperial bloodline. Their bloodlines had exploded, and their auras reached the peak. However, it was obvious that Zhongshou was stronger. Wave after wave of aura pressed down on Song Yan. Song Yan's face changed and he shouted, Boundless Mountain Slash. Buzz. A dazzling saber radiance shot out from Song Yan's hand. It was 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was dazzling and it slashed down on Zhongshou. Looks impressive but not impressive. Zhongshou roared. He rushed up and his claws were like the claws of a blood dragon. The space rumbled as his claws pierced through the space and grabbed the saber radiance. Break. Zhongshou roared and grabbed the saber radiance. It shattered like glass. Swoosh. Zhongshou's body flashed and he pounced on Song Yan. In an instant, he was in front of Song Yan. Song Yan's face changed. He had not expected Zhongshou to break through his attack so easily. Boundless earth-shattering blow. Song Yan roared and waved his saber. A mountain appeared above his head and in front of him. The 2 mountains were filled with boundless desolate qi. One protected Song Yan, and the other suppressed Zhongshou. Dragon devouring finger. Zhongsheng snorted coldly and changed his claws into fingers. His fingers flickered with a pitch-black luster as they pierced towards the 2 boundless mountains. Bang! Bang! The 2 mountains exploded like balloons in Zhongsheng's hand. The finger force did not stop, striking toward Song Yan. Clang. At the crucial moment, Song Yan used his saber to block in front of his body. With a loud clang, his body flew out like a cannonball as he coughed up large amounts of blood. Song Yan is going to lose. Isn't this a little too fast? We've only exchanged a few moves. How can Buried Life be so strong? Surpassing a battle for genius. Buried Life definitely surpasses a battle for genius. He's somewhere between a battle 4 and a battle 5 genius. Terrifying, too terrifying. There is actually someone who can surpass the 4th battle genius. Everyone in the audience was shocked beyond words. The strongest experts of the super regions were usually 4th battle geniuses. 4th battle geniuses were already the limit, and it was extremely rare for them to surpass the 4th battle geniuses. Every one of them was a rare genius. Life Burial had actually reached this level. How terrifying. Whoosh. Now that Zhongsheng had the upper hand, his attacks rained down on Song Yan like a storm. Dragon Devour Palm. Boom. Zhongsheng turned his finger into a palm and struck towards Song Yan. This time, Song Yan was in an even worse state. Although he tried his best to block, he was still sent flying. He slid a few hundred meters along the fighting stage as blood splattered all over the ground. I surrender. I admit defeat. Song Yan yelled crazily as soon as he caught his breath. There was no need for him to continue fighting. Song Yan knew that he was no match for Zhongsheng. Not only was his cultivation weaker, but his ability to fight against those with a higher cultivation level was also weaker. If he continued to fight, he would only be asking for a beating. Humph, why didn't you just admit defeat? You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Zongxing snorted with contempt. Song Yan's face turned ugly. He struggled to get up and walked to the side of the fighting stage. Qiu Changkong looked at Zongxing solemnly with a frown. Next battle, number 2 Qiu Changkong versus number 3 Xianfeng. The middle-aged guardian announced. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures flashed and appeared in the middle of the fighting stage. Qiu Changkong and Xianfeng carried their battle swords on their backs and stood straight. Xianfeng, you're no match for me. Just admit defeat. My opponent is Zongxing. There's no need for you to struggle, Qiu Changkong said. Who knows if you'll win before the battle? Xianfeng's eyes were as sharp as a sword. He waved his hand and a battle sword appeared in his hand. Stubborn and ignorant. Then you'll lose, Qiu Changkong said coldly. Sword chi shot up into the sky. Two dazzling sword lights collided with each other. Qiu Changkong had comprehended the force of thunder and a trace of intent realm. On the other hand, Xianfeng had comprehended the force of metal. Both of their attacks were extremely domineering. Clang, clang. The crowd could only see the two sword lights colliding in the air. In an instant, they had collided more than 10 times. Whoosh. Then, a figure flew back and stopped at the side of the fighting stage. It was Xianfeng. Puff. Xianfeng's body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the crowd saw a deep sword wound on Xianfeng's chest. It was so deep that the bones could be seen. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. That was because the wound was filled with the power of thunder. As soon as the blood flowed out, it was evaporated by the power of thunder. Xianfeng, if it was a battle of life and death, you'd already be dead. Qiu Changkong looked at Xianfeng proudly. I've lost. Xianfeng sighed and did not say anything else. Although Xianfeng's cultivation was slightly higher than Qiu Changkong's, Qiu Changkong had comprehended a trace of the intent of thunder. The gap was too big and hard to make up for. Xianfeng was no match for him. Following Xianfeng's defeat, the crowd started to discuss again. The top two are out. Qiu Changkong and Zongxing. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard will definitely be one of them. Top 2? Aren't they the top 3? Top 3? Lu Ming can forget about it. He relied on luck to get here. When the battle starts, he'll be lucky if he can block one of Qiu Changkong and Zongxing's attacks. That's true. Did you guys notice that none of the top 3 are from the super regions? This is really rare. Yeah. Old Lu, I didn't expect that there would be 2 people from the Cloud Emperor mountain range that would enter the top 3. Although one of them relied on luck, I still have to congratulate him. Someone from the Elders area congratulated Lu Xiao. Luck. Lu Xiao was already grinning from ear to ear. At the side, Zhao Sui's eyes were red with jealousy. This battle is won by Qiu Changkong. Now the top 3 are out. Next, the 3 of you will take turns to fight. The one who wins all of them will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Chapter 429. It's finally my turn to fight. I'm about to fall asleep. At the side of the fighting ring, Lu Ming stood up slowly. With a wave of his hand, he put away the chair and walked toward the center of the fighting ring. This guy. The others were speechless. The battle between Qiu Changkong and Zongxing ended in a few moves. However, Lu Ming said that he was about to fall asleep. This was obviously infuriating. Especially those young geniuses who were defeated. They were gritting their teeth. I'm actually ranked behind this guy. I'm really unwilling to accept this. Yeah, this guy is purely lucky. If I meet him, I'll finish him in 3 moves. A few geniuses from the super regions gritted their teeth as they discussed. They didn't lower their voices. Their voices were heard by many people. Lu Ming naturally heard it too. Hee. Lu Ming laughed and came to the center of the stage. He stood in a triangle with Qiu Changkong and Zongxing. This guy is too much of a hindrance. Let me finish him first. Zongxing's eyes flashed coldly. A powerful aura burst out from his body and suppressed Lu Ming. Clang. With a flash of sword light, Qiu Changkong unsheathed his sword and cut off Zongxing's aura. He said coldly, he's mine. Zhongsheng, I'll finish him first and then fight you. Yours? Why? I've been unhappy with this guy for a long time. This time, I must finish him. Qiu Changkong, don't worry. I won't make you wait too long. I can finish him in 2 moves. Zhongsheng said coldly. No, Lu Ming is mine. Qiu Changkong didn't budge. The audience was stunned for a moment before they sighed. Lu Ming is finished. Zhongsheng and Qiu Changkong have their eyes on him. Does this guy have a grudge with both Qiu Changkong and Zhongsheng? I think so. If I were Lu Ming, I'd admit defeat immediately. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. I bet he's going to admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll take off all my clothes and run around the place. Nest, it's you again. Weren't you deaf just now? Why did you come back? Nonsense. Such an exciting battle only happens once every 5 years. How could I miss it? This time, you said that you can't go back on your word. I will never go back on my word. Prepare the Ditian Divine Guards and the Ditian Divine Guard region. Jian Fengyan, Jiang Hongwen, and the others had worried looks in their eyes. Lu Ming, will you admit defeat? The Sword Wind and Cloud whispered. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming, he felt that Lu Ming would not admit defeat. Even if he could not win, he would still fight. Boom. Boom. On the platform, 2 auras erupted, clashing against each other. They were Qiu Changkong and Zhongsheng. Zhongsheng, Lu Ming and I are from the same country. We have a grudge. This time, let me have him. Qiu Changkong stared at Zhongsheng. He has a grudge with you? Haha, let me tell you, he has a grudge with me as well. I have to deal with him personally. Burial path. At the side, Lu Ming was speechless. These 2 fellows dared to treat him like air, like dough that could be kneaded at will. In that case, you 2 are so noisy and full of nonsense. Are you done yet? If you're done, then come at me together. I'm too lazy to deal with you one by one. Lu Ming's faint voice spread out, but it swept across the entire place like a storm. Everyone at the scene was petrified in an instant. They only knew to open their eyes wide and stare blankly at the platform. After a while, there was an earth-shattering uproar. What did Lu Ming say? What does he mean? He wants to challenge Qiu Changkong and Zhongsheng at the same time. He's crazy, he's crazy. Did he get the empty round card 3 times in a row and his brain was damaged? Challenging Qiu Changkong and Zhongsheng at the same time, he's definitely looking for a beating. I know he knows that he can't kill in this battle. He wants to use this to cause a commotion and gain fame. Even if he's beaten half to death, he won't really die. It makes sense, it makes sense. Hey, didn't you say that if Lu Ming doesn't admit defeat, you'll strip naked and run around? Now quick. Don't go back on your words. Ah. It's over, my eyes are blind, I can't see. Oh no, I'm going to find an inscriber. After saying that, the person quickly slipped away. Of course, he didn't really slip away, but secretly hid in a corner and watched the battle. He didn't want to miss such an exciting event. Oh my, I knew he was going to act shamelessly. Lu Xiu, Jian Fengyan, and the others were also stunned. Lu Ming's actions are indeed unexpected, Jian Fengyan exclaimed. He originally thought that Lu Ming wouldn't admit defeat and would accept the challenge, but he didn't expect that Lu Ming would actually challenge Qiu Changkong and Zhongsheng at the same time. In the sky, the middle-aged guardian was also shocked and looked at Lu Ming curiously. As for Qiu Changkong and Zhongsheng, they were completely stunned. The 2 of them were stunned and thought that they had heard wrongly. What? What did you say? Zhongsheng repeated. Are you deaf? I said to let the 2 of you come at me together. Stop wasting my time. Lu Ming said loudly. Ha! Qiu Changkong suddenly burst into laughter and said, Lu Ming, do you think it's useful to throw caution to the wind? Do you want to use the rule of not taking your life to show your pride and courage? All right, I'll break all the bones in your body later. I'll see how you're going to show your pride and courage then. Qiu Changkong also thought that Lu Ming was using the rule of not taking lives to show himself. However, if he couldn't take lives, Qiu Changkong had many ways to make Lu Ming miserable. Qiu Changkong, I'm afraid that you'll admit defeat when the time comes. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, I admit defeat? Haha, I admit defeat? Don't worry, if I admit defeat, I'll withdraw from the Imperial Sky Divine Guards. Qiu Changkong sneered. Guardian, is Lu Ming's request feasible? At this moment, Zongxing looked at the middle-aged guardian. Yes, the rules of the competition didn't say that one person can't challenge two people at the same time. The middle-aged guardian nodded. All right. Zongxing looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, Qiu Changkong, since he's asking for death, let's satisfy him. Before he admits defeat, break all the bones in his body. I'll take care of the left side and you take care of the right side. We'll fight after we finish him off. All right, let's do it. Qiu Changkong said with a ferocious expression. Are you done discussing? If you are, let's do it. Boom. As soon as Lu Ming finished his words, he stomped his foot towards Qiu Changkong's face. 9 dragons ascending sky steps. His speed was unbelievably fast. When he took a step, the whole world rumbled, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong was shocked. Qiu Changkong was taken aback. He did not expect Lu Ming to strike as he pleased. Moreover, the power of this kick was too terrifying. Chapter 430. Blood Dragon Claw. Zongxing reacted in time, and threw out Claw Radiance. Chi. The force of the Claw Radiance kept counteracting the power of Lu Ming's 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. However, the two of them were in a hurry and their power was limited. Although they kept counteracting the power of Lu Ming's kick, they couldn't stop it completely. Lu Ming continued to step forward. Bam! He crushed the lightning ball in front of Qiu Changkong and stomped on his face. Qiu Changkong screamed and his body flew back. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before he stood up. However, his face was swollen and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Especially the footprint that was clearly imprinted on Qiu Changkong's face. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming was too shameless. He actually made a move as he pleased without any warning. However, they were more shocked by Lu Ming's strength. He kicked Qiu Changkong away in front of Zongxing and Qiu Changkong. If he wasn't strong enough, even a sneak attack wouldn't work. However, Lu Ming was able to do it. It was enough to show how strong he was. Qiu Changkong screamed crazily. He was furious. He was careless and was kicked in the face by Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation. He wanted to skin Lu Ming alive. Lu Ming, I swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you. Qiu Changkong roared. He was completely crazy. His body was covered in lightning as he unleashed his full strength without holding back. Thunder Sword, destruction of the world. His battle sword was unsheathed, and a sword of thunder and lightning seemed to have come from the heavens, cutting through the firmament. Dragon Devouring Finger. At the same time, Zongxing also attacked and used his trump card. There was no doubt that both of them had activated their bloodline power. The two of them attacked at the same time, and their power was boundless. It was as if they could destroy everything. They attacked Lu Ming. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the fighting ring. Would Lu Ming be able to block it? Although Lu Ming's kick earlier contained a powerful force, Qiu Changkong had only been hit by it due to a moment of carelessness. That was what most people thought. Now facing the full strength of Qiu Changkong and Zongxing, did Lu Ming still have a chance? He wouldn't be beaten to death, would he? That would be breaking the rules. Bang! Lu Ming bent his legs and then bounced up. His figure soared into the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 meters in an instant. Lu Ming, don't even think about escaping. Kill! Zongxing and Qiu Changkong roared. They changed the direction of their attacks and continued to attack Lu Ming. Escaped? Who escaped? Lu Ming whispered as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boom! A huge steel rushed out while 5 silver chakras flashed before rushing back into Lu Ming's body. 5 chakras, 5th grade king class bloodline. Lu Ming only has a 5th grade king class bloodline. Did you see that? His cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th grade martial ancestor realm. With such combat strength, he actually challenged Qiu Changkong and Zongxing at the same time. What a joke. It turns out that he has been relying on luck all this time. That kick earlier was just a deliberate move. As soon as Lu Ming's aura erupted, it caused a wave of contempt and mockery. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qiu Changkong and Zongxing's attacks instantly closed in on Lu Ming. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming looked down from above and took a step forward. The roar of a dragon resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. A mighty force pressed down. This move again. Break for me. Qiu Changkong roared. He had comprehended a trace of lightning force, raising his attack power to a terrifying level. The power of the lightning sword exploded and broke Lu Ming's 9 dragons, stomping the sky steps. At the same time, Zhongsheng pointed his finger, and Lu Ming's 9 dragons stomping the sky steps instantly collapsed. Die. The two of them roared. However, Lu Ming's face was calm as he took another step forward. The second step was the second step of the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. It was another step on the foundation of the first step. Each step of the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps was stronger than the previous one. With each additional step, the power would increase crazily. With Lu Ming's current physical body and the strength of his true qi, the second step was comparable to the first stage of a heaven-class martial skill. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as if a true dragon was inspecting the world. The space shook violently and a crazy force gushed out. Bam! Bam! Zhongsheng and Qiu Changkong's bodies trembled as their expressions drastically changed. Their attacks instantly collapsed. After that, they felt an incomparably powerful energy gushing towards them. The two of them felt as though they had been struck by an immemorial mountain. Their bodies were like meteors as they fell to the ground. Boom! Boom! The two of them stepped on the fighting stage, and the platform rumbled. Their faces turned pale, and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the young man in the air in disbelief. He had repelled Zhongsheng and Qiu Changkong's joint attack with one move, and he had even gained the upper hand. Is this Lu Ming's strength? This is unbelievable. Isn't this too terrifying? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Did I see wrongly? Did Lu Ming defeat Zhongxing and Qiu Changkong in one move? Unbelievable. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 8. How terrifying is he? How many battles does he have? How can this be? How can there be such a powerful genius in this world? Countless people were so shocked that they were speechless. Zhongsheng was already at the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 9. He was one level higher than Lu Ming. Moreover, Zhongsheng was a genius who had surpassed the 4 battles genius. In total, he was 5 levels higher than an ordinary peak Martial Ancestor Realm 8. Lu Ming could still suppress Zhongsheng. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming was a 6 battles genius? A 6 battles genius. Everyone's hearts trembled at the thought of this. A 4th battle genius was already a rare genius. Then what kind of concept was a 6th battle genius? The crowd could not imagine it. Previously, Lu Ming had drawn an empty round 3 times in a row. Everyone thought that he was just lucky and that he would have been defeated long ago if he were to fight. Now they realized that they were completely wrong. If Lu Ming were to fight, he would be able to defeat them easily. At the edge of the fighting ring, the geniuses who had been defeated turned pale. In particular, a few of them had shamelessly said that if Lu Ming were to fight them, he would be able to defeat them in 3 moves. Now their faces were burning and they wished they could find a hole to hide in. It was really embarrassing. In the elders' area, Lu Xiu was stunned at first. Then his body began to tremble as if he was having a seizure. Excitement, he was really too excited. Like the others, he had thought that Lu Ming was just lucky. Now he realized that Lu Ming was a rare genius. Even the middle-aged guardian's eyes narrowed. Then he was pleasantly surprised. This time, a rare genius has finally appeared. The middle-aged guardian was overjoyed. How can this be? This is impossible. How can Lu Ming be so powerful? On the fighting ring, Qiu Changkong shouted hysterically. He could not accept this. Chapter 431. The two of them couldn't believe their eyes. Even with their combined strength, they were still defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Their blood surged, and they almost vomited blood. What's so impossible about it? Just because you haven't seen it before doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Lu Ming looked down at them from above. When Lu Ming had advanced to the 7th level of the true dragon of combat arts, his combat strength had already surpassed that of a 5 battle talent. When he had mastered the heaven-level martial arts technique, his combat strength had completely entered that of a 6 battle talent. A heaven-class martial technique was too powerful, and had a terrifying increase in battle strength. A heaven-class martial technique was extremely rare and difficult to cultivate. Many low-level kings didn't even have a heaven-class martial technique, or hadn't successfully cultivated one. From this, one could see how rare and powerful a heaven-class martial technique was. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation was lower than Zhongsheng's by a level, his battle strength was still half a level higher than Zhongsheng's. Impossible, I'm the strongest. Lu Ming, you're just an ant that has always lived in my light. Qiu Changkong roared as the power of lightning radiated from his body. It was as if he was wearing a lightning coat. After comprehending a trace of lightning intent, he had already surpassed the power of lightning, and was about to completely control it. Once he completely comprehended the intent and condensed a rune, he would be able to completely control the intent of heaven and earth. For example, if someone comprehended the intent of fire and condensed a rune, he would be able to transform into a fire god and control all the flames in the world. If someone comprehended the intent of lightning, they would be able to control all the lightning in the world. That was already the king realm, and was extremely powerful. Qiu Changkong had only comprehended a trace of the intent of lightning, and was still far from condensing a rune. Kill! Lightning sword sky break! Qiu Changkong roared and used all his strength to execute his strongest move. Dragon devour palm. Zhongsheng also threw a palm at Lu Ming. Feudal struggle. Qiu Changkong, you said that you wanted me to see the difference between us. Now open your dog eyes and see for me. Lu Ming's mocking voice rang out as the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. 3 arts of the dragon god, true dragon strike. As the long spear thrust out, the spiritual energy of the world surged wildly. A true dragon with 2 colors, green and red, appeared. The 2-colored true dragon was 100 meters long. With a loud roar, its roar shook the heavens and earth as it pounced towards Qiu Changkong and Zhongsheng. The 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god, which required 2 forces to cultivate, was a true heaven-class martial skill. It was even stronger than the second step of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Boom! The 2-colored true dragon collided with the attacks of the 2. In the sky, an incomparably dazzling light shone. Then the entire space trembled as if it was the end of the world. After a while, when the dazzling light dissipated, the crowd saw 2 figures falling down from the stage like cannonballs. They were Zhongsheng and Qiu Changkong. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them were like 2 toads, heavily falling on the fighting stage. The fighting stage rumbled, and the 2 of them coughed up blood. However, the gap between the 2 could be seen. Zhongsheng coughed up a mouthful of blood and hurriedly got up. His body was covered in a bloody light as he stared at Lu Ming, who was in the sky. On the other hand, Qiu Changkong was half kneeling on the ground. His body was trembling nonstop and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His injuries were more serious than Zhongsheng's. Qiu Changkong, do you understand now? Lu Ming looked down at him. Ah! Qiu Changkong roared furiously. He was mad with hatred. He felt that he had been humiliated endlessly. He shouted crazily, "Damn it, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to annihilate the Mystic Essence Sword sect and kill your parents with my own hands." Ah! Qiu Changkong laughed crazily. Die. In response to Qiu Changkong, Lu Ming only said the word die coldly and mercilessly. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was emitting an extremely cold killing intent. It was as if he had transformed into a killing god. 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Lu Ming roared and took a step forward. The world rumbled. Block. Dragon devour fist. Buried life roared. His palm turned into a fist, and he threw out 2 punches in a row. Qiu Changkong also roared and slashed out. Bam! A loud boom was heard and Lu Ming's first step was blocked. However, Lu Ming took a second step. Qiu Changkong screamed again, and was pressed to the ground by the powerful force. He spat out blood. Zhongsheng's body slid a few hundred meters, and left a trail of blood on the fighting ring. 9 dragons stomping the sky. However, before the 2 of them could catch their breaths, Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps forward. This time, he was aiming at Zhongsheng. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Zhongsheng was finally scared. He screamed in horror and tried his best to resist. Bam! Zhongsheng was pressed to the fighting ring by the power of the 9 dragons stomping the sky. He was almost flattened. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. He had no idea how many of his bones were broken. The whole place was dead silent. Time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. It was as if there was only one person left in the world. A young and handsome figure was floating in the air. Whoosh. After a while, the whole place was in an uproar. Oh my God, Lu Ming won. Lu Ming actually won. Moreover, he won in an overwhelming manner. He's too powerful. Qiu Changkong and Zongxing couldn't resist him at all. He's only at the peak of martial ancestor realm 8. Who said that he was just lucky? How is he lucky? It's obvious that the others are lucky. If he had gone up earlier, Qiu Changkong and Zongxing wouldn't have made it to the last round. They might have been defeated by Lu Ming. I didn't say that. On the contrary, I always thought that since Lu Ming could draw an empty round card, he must be blessed by the heavens. He's definitely extraordinary. No, I don't remember you saying that. You were so sure that Lu Ming was just lucky and even mocked him. No way. There's definitely no such thing. I knew that he's a rare genius. Why would I mock him? Definitely not. The place was in an uproar. There were shouts and arguments. It was as if that was the only way to express the shock in their hearts. Lu Ming reached out his hand and sucked Zongsheng's storage ring into his hand. No, you can't, Zongsheng roared. What are you shouting for? You've lost. This is my trophy. Lu Ming reprimanded. Zongsheng had killed countless geniuses in the dragon's cave. The storage rings of those geniuses had all fallen into his hands. Lu Ming was still thinking about it. Zongsheng's eyes turned red. There were endless resources in that storage ring. It was the capital for his rise. Now it was all in Lu Ming's hands. His heart was broken. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. Whoosh! He moved and appeared above Qiu Changkong. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I'm already injured. It's the same as losing. How dare you attack me? Qiu Changkong sneered and looked at Lu Ming. Lost? I didn't hear you admit defeat. Oh. I forgot that you said earlier that you would never admit defeat. If you admit defeat, you'll become a joke. Lu Ming said indifferently. Even if I didn't admit defeat, I'm still injured. Can't you see that? It's the same as losing. Qiu Changkong shouted. He wanted to admit defeat, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Injured? Your injuries aren't serious enough. After saying that, Lu Ming took another step forward. Qiu Changkong shouted in horror. He wanted to resist, but he was already seriously injured. How could he have the strength to resist? Bang! Crackle! He followed in Zongsheng's footsteps. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken by Lu Ming. Earlier, Qiu Changkong and Zongsheng said that they wanted to break all the bones in Lu Ming's body. Now both of them had their bones broken by Lu Ming as they wished. Oh, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You broke the rules. You broke the rules. Qiu Changkong roared hysterically. Where did I break the rules? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. He condensed a chi spear in his hand. No, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Chapter 432. He was really scared. Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. How audacious. Die. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent as a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the air and piercing towards Qiu Changkong with a terrifying force. No, save me. Qiu Changkong's courage almost broke. His mud-like body trembled crazily as he screamed hysterically. He screamed so miserably that he was about to cry. Buzz. At this moment, a blazing wave flashed by, and Lu Ming's spear light suddenly disappeared. It did not cause any fluctuation and disappeared just like that. A tall figure appeared on the battle stage. It was the middle-aged guardian. Lu Ming, the rules cannot be broken. If you break them and kill him now, it will be difficult for you to join the Empyrean Divine Guards. You have to prioritize. The middle-aged guardian said. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He knew that with the middle-aged guardian here, he could not kill Qiu Changkong today. He cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming understands. The middle-aged guardian nodded. Ha, I'm saved. Lu Ming, I must take revenge for this. I must take revenge 10 times, 100 times. Qiu Changkong laughed and roared in his heart. His eyes flashed with incomparable resentment. Today Lu Ming humiliated him in front of so many people. He hated Lu Ming to the extreme. Men, carry them down to treat their injuries, the middle-aged man said. Immediately, a few people flew down and carried Qiu Changkong and Zhongxing away. Now, I announce that the Empyrean Divine Guards this time belongs to Lu Ming. Then the middle-aged guardian announced loudly. Whoosh! The whole place was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing and discussing. What a surprise, what a surprise! Lu Ming actually obtained the throne of the Empyrean Divine Guards. That's right. Who would have thought that after so many years, there would finally be a genius from a small region who would be able to become a Four Heavens Divine Guard? It's so rare to see a genius from a small region trying to become a Four Heavens Divine Guard. It only happens once every 500 years. I didn't expect to run into him. I am so lucky. So handsome. Lu Ming is so handsome. I want to chase him. A young girl in the prime of her youth screamed, her eyes shining. Everyone was too shocked. Lu Ming, 1 against 2, had actually obtained an overwhelming victory. This made everyone's jaws drop. In the area of the leading elders. Brother Lu, congratulations. Lu Ming has won the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. That's right, Brother Lu, you really have a discerning eye. You even managed to find such a genius. You even hid him so well before. Brother Lu, please take care of me in the future. Beside Lu Xiao, a group of elders were beaming with joy as they congratulated Lu Xiao. No, this was no longer congratulation. This was simply flattery. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lu Xiao responded to them one by one. However, his smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. Not far away, Zhao Sui's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he kept muttering. How could this be? How could this be? In the preparation area of the Empyrean Divine Guard, Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming has won the Eastern Sky Divine Guard? Someone from my Cloud Emperor Mountain Range has won the Eastern Sky Divine Guard? Jiang Hongwen kept muttering, thinking that he was dreaming. Lu Ming, amazing, amazing. I am too far away from him. In the Empyrean Divine Guard area, Jian Fengyun sighed. However, there was no jealousy on his face. Instead, he was happy for Lu Ming. On the battle stage, the middle-aged protector took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you are not bad. You have exceeded my expectations. However, there are many geniuses in the Empyrean Divine Palace. Don't be arrogant because of this. The middle-aged protector said with a smile. Thank you for your guidance, protector. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He knew that the middle-aged protector had no ill intentions towards him. Instead, he was kind. The reason why he stopped him from killing Qiu Changkong was to uphold the rules. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me in the Fire Palace. Later, there will be a deacon of the Empyrean Divine Palace who will show you around the Myriad Star City. Your reward will also be distributed to you. The middle-aged protector said with a smile. Thank you, protector. Lu Ming thanked him again. The middle-aged protector nodded with satisfaction and then announced loudly. All right, the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards has come to an end. A total of 1360 Empyrean Divine Guards have been selected. Deacon Huang, I will leave the rest to you. As soon as the middle-aged protector finished speaking, a tall and thin middle-aged man with a goatee flew onto the battle stage and said, Subordinate obeys. The middle-aged protector nodded. Then his figure moved and suddenly disappeared. No one saw how he disappeared. Is this a small success, King? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and revealed a yearning look. Although the Martial King realm was also divided into 9 levels, the gap between each level was even greater. It was several times greater than the gap between each level of the Martial Ancestor realm. Moreover, the Martial King realm had several watersheds. Based on these watersheds, there were 4 titles. Level 1 to 3 Martial Kings were called Low Success Kings. Level 4 to 6 Martial Kings were called Small Success Kings. Level 7 to 9 Martial Kings were called Great Success Kings. Above the Great Accomplishment King level was the Peak King level. Among them, the difference between the 3rd layer to the 4th layer Martial Emperor realm and the 6th layer to the 7th layer martial emperor realm was extremely huge. The protectors of the Empyrean Divine Palace were said to be small success kings. It was difficult to break through each level of the martial king realm. Most of the kings in the Eastern Palace of the Empyrean Divine Palace were low success kings. Small success kings were already famous experts. Alright, prepare the Empyrean Divine Guards and stay here for the time being. Someone will make the arrangements later. Official Empyrean Divine Guards, follow me. I will bring you to the Empyrean Divine Palace to settle the procedures and arrange your accommodations. Everyone, my surname is Huang. I am a deacon of the Empyrean Divine Palace. You can call me Deacon Huang, the deacon with the goatee said. Then Deacon Huang took the lead and flew into the sky. The 1360 official Empyrean Divine Guards also flew into the sky and followed Deacon Huang. Below them, countless eyes were looking at them, filled with envy. Once they became official Empyrean Divine Guards, not only would they enjoy excellent cultivation conditions, but they would also have great power and a high status. If they went to other empires, even the royal families of middle-tier and high-tier empires would have to be polite, let alone a low-tier one like the Burning Sun Empire. This was because the Empyrean Divine Guards represented the Empyrean Divine Palace. Lu Ming and the others flew into the sky and looked down. They could see the entire huge building.